everything. myself. Hello, everybody on stream. Thank you for waiting patiently. I will be unmuting the players here in a second. We do have a new player joining us today. You guys say hello, everybody. Hello.
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 All right.
Greetings.
Thank you for joining us today on Dreyfa Tales. We will be having session number 3, the one that went awry. Remember, everybody, you guys can play Dust and Blood cards to the players. They are active. We've done a little work to make sure that everybody in Dreyfa Tales has access to them. And, of course, we always appreciate everyone's support. But we are going to start in a very strange place, much like we did with a Leonin character before. Let me know when everybody loads in, please.
I'm in.
I'm good.
By the way, I can't hear the noise that you have going on.
The noise?
Yeah, the town.
Oh, through the stream?
Not through the stream, through the myself on my end.
I don't know. It's playing on my end. I don't know. Strange. Let me try a different one.
I'm gonna check my settings on things.
Is it the music in the background?
Yeah. Can you hear it?
Yep.
Yeah, I just have to turn it pretty far up to hear it, I think, on mine.
Thank you, Pepper Jack. We have gotten another Dust and Blood card.
Fuck yeah.
Let's see. Let me go ahead and I will get that out to the players as soon as possible. Can everybody hear the music?
No.
Yep.
I'm gonna jump scare myself when it actually shows up. I turned everything up to 100 and don't got it.
I don't know what's going on. So Jen can hear it. Jeff, can
Might
you
just
hear
be
the
a
music?
me thing where I could reset. Good try. I'm just gonna refresh and see if that works. Sorry.
Yeah, please do. Thank you so much for the cards. I will be adding them shortly. Let's see. But everybody can see the current map, correct?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Perfect. Jen, can you give me a description of what your character's day is like from the moment that she wakes up, her regular sort of activities, daily routines, and all the way up to where she falls asleep?
Okay. So you mean prior to me appearing in this particular
So obviously,
world?
your character doesn't know that this is going to happen, but so they would go about, whatever it is.
Their day.
Correct.
So my character is a student at Strixhaven Academy in the Silver Quill section.
Thank you so much for the cards. I'm
get
adding
up, wash up, head down to the common room, cafeteria for food. Generally, most days are a combination of classes, practice, research at the library. Depending on the day, I may have actual work because things don't pay for themselves. And then usually meeting up with friends, practicing our quartet music, and heading off for bed.
Perfect.
Typical kind of student day.
When you lay down to go to bed, you drift off to sleep. And in the weary moments, you hear a sound. And It sort of are you like a heavy sleeper or a light sleeper? What would you consider your character to be?
If I haven't been drinking anything, I'm probably a pretty light sleeper. If I've taken any kind of alcohol, I'm a pretty heavy sleeper.
College party, y'all. But
That's right.
I assume you haven't been drinking because this was a normal
No,
school day, right?
This is a normal day.
So you hear a noise and you wake up and you realize that your bed is much harder, it's almost like it's stone, and you open your eyes and you see this bright light as your eyes refocus, and you have all of your gear, but you're on a stone slab. Here, you look around and you notice these runes surrounding this sort of strange. It's like a structure, but it's almost like ruins that you definitely didn't go to sleep at. And there is one other interesting note along right here. It's very obvious because it's so fresh. You see footprints. Some slightly bigger. And another pair slightly smaller. Thank you so much for the cards. I swear I will get on those.
Can I tell what kind of creature made the footprints?
Yes, go ahead and roll me a survival check. DC's pretty low. Oh, those are some really cool dice.
Yeah, that's the rainbow one with stained glass.
That's awesome. All right. With a 19, you know that, and you were at Strixhaven. Strixhaven is a place where that accepts all sorts of manner of humanoid from any sort of realm and world. And you know that one set of footprints, the bigger set of footprints, was made by a Leonin. And given from the depth, with a 19, you know that this Leonin is very, very good at sort of concealing their tracks. They're very light-footed. However, the second set of footprints, the much smaller ones, they kind of look like kobold, but like a very small kobold. And the gait is very, very strange to like a normal kobold. More like kobolds tend to move in a very particular way. Their stride is a bit wider. This kobold is like taking mini steps almost. It's very strange. And they're heading off into the northern part of this structure. Around the structure is just woods, and they are a variety of colors. The leaves painted blues, greens, purples, oranges. It is a rainbow of color. And one of the other things that you do notice about this overhead, there is one sun directly overhead, but something that now that you're sort of expanding your perception on is that you hear in the background of this world as the trees are swaying this sort of song. It's, as a bard, you know your music very well. This song is sort of, it's got highs and it dips and it swings and it sort of flows and ebbs, and it's just when you think that it's reached a crescendo, it sort of dips back down and it's keeps going and going and going. It doesn't ever seem to stop, but the beat is sort of, it's sort of a little bit hip, it's sort of pop, but it's very whimsical to say the least.
Okay.
And it never ends, and you just hear it.
So at this point, I think I'm dreaming.
Mm-hmm.
And I follow the footsteps in my dream.
Okay. So you head north. me see. Oh my. Thank you, Pepper Jack. You just played 19 cards. I'll get right to them. And so, as you reach the edge of the woods, the forest is extremely thick with 2 C's. And it's difficult to see past the line of probably 10, 30 feet. And the footprints seem to sort of zigzag around the roots of the trees, but they definitely do lead into this forest. And I assume you follow?
Yes, I would continue to follow.
So you follow into this forest, and you zigzag through the trees, and you start noticing something very strange. While these the kobold tiny stepped footprints are sort of zigzagging through the trees, and at points they make sharp lefts and then sharp rights for no apparent reason, with no landmarks at any point. You walk, there's a tree, a bush, you turn, you walk, another tree, another bush, and the Leonin footprints closely following behind them. And after about 5 minutes, something strange happens. The kobold footprints dart in one direction to the left, and the Leonin footprints dart to the right. I say dart, but they just lead in 2 different directions, is what I'm trying to say.
I would follow the Leonin's footprints.
Okay. You follow the Leonin's footprints, and you get to a road. A dirt road. And you see a scene. You see, just down this road, a building coming over the horizon. And a little bit of chatter.
What type of chatter?
You'd have to get a little bit closer.
Okay. I'm still on the.
Yeah, it says
First
this is theater of the mind for like 2 seconds.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, then I would get closer.
Yeah. So you get closer. I assume not enough for them to kind of see that you're there, but you get close enough, right? Something like that.
How about a stealth roll?
Sure. Perfect.
Nice.
Nat 20.
Really? Right now? Okay.
And you said digital dice weren't your friends.
They're proving her wrong today. We're gonna see tomorrow, though. We're gonna.
Yeah,
see
I was
tomorrow.
gonna say, just wait until
Just wait till tomorrow.
You, rack up, a 20 lucky die.
30 lucky die. Which I gave you one in your inventory, by the way, John, in case you didn't know.
Oh,
dang.
Great. Thanks.
Points to Cheddar. That's funny. Sorry, everybody. We are here. Let me make sure that this is where we are. You make your way along the tree line, and you see that there is a group of people standing outside of this building with a sort of strange man wearing a pointy hat with a rim. You can't really see his face, but he's got glowing eyes. You see a halfling. You see a... let me double check, just to be safe I'm not misdescribing anything. You see the Leonin that you've been tracking. You see another human. And... Yep, you see 4 people. I'm going to move you to the next map. Activate. So we are right here. As you approach, here we go. And I don't think anybody. Okay. You see as this pointed hat man has an array of bottles and one long looking weapon pointy stick, as well as a set of let me double check. What else did he have? He had 2 bags, which are easy to identify. You've seen these before. People carry them. They are bags of holding, as well as a set of rings, and there seems to be a pile growing. Some iron boots, some sickles off to the side. His bag is open and cascades out like it's not an armoire, but it's one of those things where you keep your beauty products in, where you can open it and it opens again. You know what I'm talking about? You know what I'm talking about. For lack of a better word. And these 3 individuals here are having some form of conversation. The Leonin, seemingly shorter hair than it is in the image, and has a very fancy looking spear on his back. And Jeff, can you give me a description of your character really quick?
Yeah, a little over 3 foot tall, black hair, slicked back, brown or black bushy eyebrows, little tan, gold medallion, hairy chest, black looks like tracksuit. Yeah, little goatee with a gray in the beard.
Perfect. And then Corwin, can I get a description of your character?
You see a bit of a ragged, not so much from being unkempt, but more so tired, usually busy in his scrolls, looking cleric, though not really purposed much for fighting, more so for adventuring and studying. As you notice, he has a bunch of doodads hanging off of him, scroll containers, his trusty journal, ready to take in any notes from his surroundings, though he seems to be a little bit busy with a new little ring that he has being worn on his hand at the moment.
Okay. Thank you. And the Smudge, you're inside, so I'm going to wait on you for a minute.
Okay.
And the pointy hat individual who seems to be displaying some items just seems like what you would typically describe as a wizard. He's holding a staff. He's got a pointy hat. Can't really see his face. He's got 2 dots for eyes. And Corwin and Cheddar, what was the conversation like as you guys essentially had just witnessed this pickpocket happen and Smudge dart into the building? Or essentially...
Oh, yo, I didn't see nothing.
We realized that after it already happened, we were just finishing up our little barter conversation with the Magic Man.
Mm-hmm.
And we'd probably be heading back inside after we did our little sales session, counting our gold pieces. Me probably nodding over to Cheddar and telling him to I'd be careful drinking all of those potions at once. I don't think they're labeled correctly.
Yeah, they're not labeled at all.
Oh, then all the reason to be cautious, my friend.
Yeah, I'll think about it.
All right.
I suppose we'd better get back inside after following our compatriot just now.
Yeah.
So this conversation is happening. Mazzy, what do you do?
Can I see on the cleric any identification in terms of what their who their patron is?
Let's see. I believe, if I remember correctly. Go ahead and roll me a religion check. And just to be clear, Lexi, you said anywhere, right? For Strixhaven?
Yeah, but like then, but like she also said like where she came from before that too.
Right. I'm trying to think if like at Strixhaven they would have like knowledge of this stuff, right? Because it's not technically, it's still within D&D, right? 5e for Corwin,
Yes.
right?
Hope for.
Yep.
But question is, Corbin, for your amulet, I know there's a thing about your amulet, and you have a particular one that you're always holding, right? So she rolled a 19, which does give her the identify on it, and I assume because she's part of Strixhaven and they take people from all the world, she would have some base of knowledge for it. What is the current symbol that you're wearing?
If you recall, I mentioned that even in my character art, the symbol that I'm wearing is very much nondescript. I do have an amulet of the god that I worship, but I don't wear it openly.
Right. So the amulet that he's wearing, you look at it, and the information that you get is that it's worn in the style of, because of his vestments and everything, that it would be a holy symbol, but whatever the symbol is, it's not very like intricately or formed and shaped in a way that would identify it to a particular god. At least not this one, right?
Okay.
Or as far as you can tell.
Alrighty. Well, at this point, I probably still think that this is all some sort of strange dream, so I'm just going to wander into the tavern and see what my dream tavern looks like.
Sure. So you wander into the tavern, walking past all these fellows, and Smudge, did you roll a stealth check, or did you just move behind this wall here?
I just ran inside. I could roll a stealth check if you want.
It depends on what your intention was, right? Because I assume you would have heard someone trying to come in. You might have hit. I don't know. It's up to you. If you want, you can roll one.
All right. Well, she might have moved maybe like behind her bird, so yeah. I'm just gonna stealth for the bird to hide behind bird.
Perfect. So Mazzy, you walk in and you see a couple things. There are some strange humanoid animal-looking creatures strewed upon the tavern. There is 3 humanoids that you can see. But go ahead and roll me a perception check for one specific thing while I describe what is essentially obvious to you. Behind the tavern, there is an elven woman. Yeah, that's fine. So anything on the screen you already see, so it's right here.
Mm-hmm.
You see on the table, you see a raccoon and a fox playing cards with a kobold?
I think I just disappeared.
Oh, you shouldn't have. Let me see. Right here. You see me?
I don't see anything much anymore.
Oh, no.
You may be having the issue with the
map
going
go.
to the second floor thing.
I moved you around. Hope that worked. Okay, perfect.
Oh, yeah, it might have been that.
Yeah, because it's a little weird. Right, so right here, in the immediate table right here, you see a raccoon, a humanoid raccoon, holding cards, as well as a fox and a kobold? Or something to that effect. Let me grab a picture here. I said, let me grab a picture here. Okay, I guess no picture. Wait, picture. Who is also playing cards And it seems as though he now has the majority of the chips on the table. In the corner up here, you see what looks like a deer and a little mouse, sort of watching just over the tavern. Closer to the other side, you see an elven, looks like a scribe of some kind, and he is he's scribbling down inside a journal. In the corner, you see, further past that table, two bird humanoids. One that looks kind of like a kenku, and the other one an owl. Both of them wearing robes, much like, and I believe you're also wearing robes, or I think you said leather armor, right?
Yeah, I have leather armor.
So, but you've seen scholars who have robes and things like that,
Right.
right? Yeah, right. So that's what these two look like.
If I just got pulled from school, I probably am wearing my school robes.
It's whatever you were wearing for your adventuring. That's
okay.
It's an important detail.
It would be the armor.
Correct. You were battle ready, is what I call it. As well as a humanoid that's not feathery in any sort of way. He's also seems to be locked in a discussion with these two feathery friends. There is also a balcony that you can look up, and in the corner, you see a man in a peasant hat that's sort of up against the corner of the balcony on the north side.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what you see. And a bird, I guess, here, because the bird isn't stealthy. In the corner.
Yeah, the bird is has like some like form of like leather like helmet and kind of like bird armor in leather, and bags on it.
Where did the bird go? Oh, right here. There you go.
Cool.
And for the people that just sort of noticed you walk in, can you give us a description of your character?
So let's see. The little picture that's there. In terms of like facial features and hair color and style, that is accurate. So kind of the silver colored hair pulled back with the wire rim glasses. Kind of tall for a halfling, so maybe 3'2", 3'3". And I'm currently wearing leather armor, and I'm assuming I'm probably carrying my rapier, so you'd probably be able to see that if you were looking at me. I don't think I made any attempt to disguise or hide that. Backpack with a couple of scroll cases strapped to it or hanging off of it. And I think that's about it.
All right. Is there? I know you just walked in, and you're kind of overwhelmed with a lot of things happening right now. But is there anything specific that you were, now that you've kind of taken in, before I give them a chance to kind of react here?
No, I think at this point I'm probably just still sort of under the impression that this is sort of some weird dream that I'm having.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Okay, so you're going to take it in. Smudge, you hid behind the bird. Corwin and Cheddar, you are outside. Anchor says, I'm going to go back in and try to find another drink. And
yes,
what is...
Well,
there you go.
We probably ought to follow them, Cheddar. I think we'd better discuss all of our new findings with the group.
Yeah.
Let's go, Big Cheese.
Yeah, I get it.
I'm getting the second floor bug again.
Oh, try to move your token. Let me see. Hang on a minute.
You just gotta move to the. You just gotta move your screen to the, like your view screen to the left, and you'll find yourself again.
Does that help?
No, unfortunately.
Okay.
On either screen I can't see, and I can't move him on the right screen.
Hang on a minute.
Yeah, I'm not there. Could you move me under the second floor, like a little bit further inside? There you go.
And
That fixed it.
same thing for you, Jeff.
I can see stuff, I think.
Okay.
Wait, where'd it go? No, I don't know what's going on. A lot
Hang
of
on.
stuff's moving around.
Hang on. Now? Can you see Cheddar?
No.
Hang on.
Oh. Yes.
Okay, perfect. But you're not here. Hang on a minute. Because your guys are over here for some strange reason. Hang on. No. One sec. Let me see if I can just remove that and see if that helps. Because that doesn't seem to be working right. So let me just do this and then... okay. And then let me do this. Copy.
Oh, there we go. Oh.
Capisci. 1, 2, 3. Let me pull you back over here, Jeff. And now we should be good, right?
Yeah.
Okay,
Good for
there.
me as well.
Sorry, everybody. There we go. So you guys saw this halfling sort of rush past you out of the cobbled road that you guys were just on.
Is Smudge hiding?
They are
She
hiding.
will kind of like just impulse, like out of impulse for someone new coming in, just in case they were the person trying to find her again.
Mm-hmm.
But after
Understandable.
a bit, she would probably like kind of come out from behind a bird.
Okay.
Friends, I think we need to discuss some of the findings that we've learned from these characters. Please have a seat. I'm not quite sure where to begin. I've had a bit of a conversation with the lovely gentleman sitting behind me. It seems like he's a scholar as well, and that he's been sort of studying the area that we find ourselves in. And well, he tried to escape the forest, but he seemed to not be able to. He said that he'd gone to the edge of the forest, but there was no clearing for him to leave. It just looped in on itself or something. He wasn't quite clear with the description. I was able to sketch a map of this world that we're on, which I could show to you, and I don't know how to say this, but I've been kind of putting it off for the time being. This music that's constantly playing as we're here, I'm sure you hear it as well.
Mhm.
It seems to be alive. It seems to be reacting to what we do. When I tried to question my friend back there, I I don't think this world liked that I was poking at it, that I was trying to study it. It seemed to have an adverse reaction and made it very clear through the music that it was playing. It changed in tone. Safe to say, from what I was able to glean, there's something very strange going on in this part of the land, and that people are trying to find out what it is. and that we might need to follow that previously bone-floating, now boneless river that we passed by near the mill.
Welcome in, the Game Master Eric. Glad to have
It's
you.
quite concerning. What do you guys think?
We might need to get more bones.
From the mill?
Yeah. Apparently what I heard from someone else from someone I talked to her a bit ago, she kind of like looks up at she kind of glances like over towards the balcony, and is the guy still there?
Yes.
She kind of like nods a little bit, seeing the guy. He said that to speak freely we need bone dust.
Bone dust.
I don't know
The
how.
one. Is it the one that they were making at the mill?
I think so. He just said he said to make sure that the bones were like to keep bone dust safe.
I see. That may be worth a try. I suppose we'd want to get some now, since they might run out, considering there are no more bones floating down the river.
We already have at least one bone we could make into dust.
I suppose we could try. I do have alchemist supplies.
also-
Would I have like a... Sorry, go ahead.
The people have been able to come in though, because yeah, people have been able to come in. I don't know if they'll be able to leave though.
That is what concerns me, actually. It seems like if you spend enough time in well, whatever this realm is, you start to forget who you are, where you came from. The gentleman behind me, I'm not sure if it was a lapse in his judgment. He doesn't seem to be drunk or under any other influences. He doesn't seem to quite remember where he is, or where he's from, or how old he is, or who he really is. I'm worried that we may fall under that same influence if we spend enough time here.
Well,
And
I
of
meant
course
into the
that's-
forest in general though,
I
like
see.
this big park.
I suppose we could try to escape. He mentioned the same thing. He mentioned that the forest may not want you to leave. That somehow this weird form of a realm or dimension wraps around itself so that you can never find the edge of the forest. Though I suppose we could try. So we could either try to find the exit and get out of the forest, follow the river, and perhaps make a stop at the mill so we can pick up more of that bone meal, assuming we can't make some for ourselves with the bone that we have. I'm not sure. It's all a lot to consider.
As you
I-
are talking about this, Corwin, you guys hear as the song starts to dip once again. And from the whimsical, cheery sort of ups and downs and all arounds that the song is sort of humming as as Corwin starts to describe his findings and this conversation with Keladan, you hear as it sort of starts to make more lows and more deeper tones than it did before. But obviously, there is an effect, very noticeable, mostly to you, and as well as you, Mazzy, who is, I assume, overhearing this because you are very close, within 10 feet, and though you believe that this is a dream, the song shifting in tones, almost like a play for you as a bard. Understand that when something like this happens through the course of what would be a play, dark things start to become more apparent.
You could all hear that, right? You felt that?
She just nods.
I'm not sure if this is a reaction to when we discussed this world, or if perhaps it's giving us a hint to stop. I suppose if it's a warning, we may need to listen and heed that warning for now. I wouldn't want to upset a sentient world or dimension, or whatever controls it. I suppose I can, and I try to kind of strain myself out to try to be a bit more stoic. I suppose I could try to grind the bone that we have into bone meal for no reason other than maybe add it to my tea. I am not trying to do anything weird with it.
Or
Trying
for
to-
gardening.
Hmm?
Someone just suggested, like, or for gardening.
Yes, indeed, gardening, of course. Because it would probably be a good idea to pursue gardening in such a beautiful and verdant world. I kind of turn around to, like, speak it into the ether as if I'm trying to kind of convince the world that we mean you no harm.
Roll me a persuasion check.
Oh no. That's not where I was going with that. Oh shit.
Can Mazzy, I think, in reaction to the change in the music, would probably pull her lute and play something calming? Perhaps like a lullaby?
Okay. Roll me a performance check. And do you get any benefit from having the instrument?
It's basically, in terms of performance, it's basically just a masterwork kind of instrument. The main thing is it allows me to cast certain spells.
Okay.
But
Sure.
at the moment, I'm just using it as an instrument.
Sure. So you pull out your... I keep forgetting what this is. Okay. Everybody notices as you pull out this large string instrument and play a very calming tone that sort of brings everything down, contrary to the tone and the deeper tones that were being played along the world. And it's almost as if the world sort of rises in tones, not enough to be more whimsical back to what they were, but to sort of kind of complement your playing, if that makes sense. And everyone sitting at this table notices what just happened. A seemingly non-strange individual noticed what happened, came in, and shifted the tone of the music that you all hear.
Excuse me, you over there? And I point towards Mazzy. Did you just do that on purpose? How?
Yes. It seems to react to music, so I thought maybe if I played something soothing, it would react to that. This is awesome. I've never had the world react to my music this way.
I don't know how to say this, and I don't want to get us or you into trouble, but I don't think it reacts to just music. I think it reacts to everything, including it not liking or enjoying being discussed by, well, its inhabitants, I suppose. I don't think I've seen you around here when we first entered. Are you new here?
New here. You mean this is just a dream, right? Like, I'm gonna wake up at some point. I mean, it's a cool dream. I like it so far, but I went to bed and now I'm here, so I kind of assume this is just a dream.
I did too.
Fascinating. Well, I've got some bad news, and well, I don't think I have any good news to complement it, I'm afraid.
And some more bad
That's
news.
very much so, Cheddar, very much so. I do believe you may be like us. If I may ask, when did you wake up? How recent?
15, 20 minutes ago?
Mm-hmm. That's right.
Minutes. I see, so you're new. You're just like us. You're not like these people who, well, they assume they were born here as far as I could tell. And our Leonin friend over here also woke up after we did, so you must be having the same, well, I'm afraid I wouldn't call it a dream at this point, since whimsical as it is, we can't really wake up, so it's more of a waking nightmare. But yeah, that's the bad news.
So it's like a
suppose you could-
dream we're stuck in?
Very
Or-
much so, yes. But
Oh, weird.
I also don't think it's a dream. I think we may have been whisked away into some different realm or something. I'm not sure.
At this point, Mazzy probably stops the plane and pulls out a notebook and just starts taking notes.
Okay.
Ah, scribbling away immediately, I see. Are you a fellow scholar, perhaps?
Yes, I'm a student. I'm a student at Strixhaven. This is absolutely fascinating.
It's just a bunch of nerds
so we're
in this
just
campaign.
Here stuck. How are we having the same dream? That doesn't seem very likely. So you're saying this is like an alternative dimension? She tends to ramble.
It very much is so. I mean, I've been sort of keeping my sanity together by just documenting it. It is absolutely fascinating, and some of the magical properties are unlike any I've ever seen. I'm not sure what school you said you went to. I don't think I'd have heard of it. Though I will say, according to some of my conversations with Franz, you and I may have come from different worlds entirely. So, yes, there may be different dimensions out there. The one I came from, the one you came from, this one? Or this may be a connection point between all of them. I have many questions, but as you heard earlier, whenever we asked any questions that the world didn't like, it groaned back at us with this music it keeps playing. But it seems like you could soothe it, at least for the time being.
Perhaps like a distraction. Maybe not soothe, but yes. Something along those lines. But
Well, you
I
seem to
think
be
you're
quite
right.
talented with...
We must be in alternative dimensions. I mean, everybody at my school is from somewhere else. So everyone here must just be from somewhere else. Oh, sorry about the dog.
Dog where?
I see. So there are other dimensions that connect different dimensions. That's fascinating.
Oh yeah.
my.
Nobody's.
Wait, if I may ask, Were you
I don't know
stuck
how
in your
much
school
people are
like we're
hearing
stuck
the
here?
dog in the background. I'm really sorry she's barking.
I don't hear
Oh,
barking
no
though.
worries. Yeah,
Oh, you
we
don't
don't
Yeah,
hear
we
hear
it?
it.
actually don't
No,
hear
I
it.
don't hear it. It's
No,
good.
you don't.
Awesome.
Yeah, you're good.
Sorry. Go ahead.
Were you stuck in your school like we're stuck here? Or did you go voluntarily?
Oh no, voluntarily. You have to earn your way in. You have to be good enough to go, and you can leave, but they don't keep you. You can leave whenever you want. Uh, some people stay even after graduation to become teachers, but most of us go back to our original homes.
I see. I suppose that's where the similarities between that world and this one end then. There may be a way to
What
escape,
if
but so far we don't know.
what if we try to get to like how your school how to get to your school and then just go back from there?
Well, I don't really know how I got here. And we could go back to the stone thing in the forest. That's where I woke up. Maybe there's
We
something
did
there.
too.
Uh, hmm.
According to what we've been told, right now there seems to be a more urgent concern. I'm sure you've noticed it, the world around us, it's got a bit of a magical hint to it, but that magic, it's fading away. And from what people keep describing to me, it seems like our appearance may have been the catalyst to that. I'm not sure what would happen if we were to stay, but if this world
Didn't
were
they,
to die out... Sorry?
didn't they say that it started a month ago?
Oh, indeed, perhaps, but I also believe that the bones stopped flowing very close to when we've arrived. Of course, that's assuming that nobody's arrived before we did. That also may have had an effect. There are simply too many variables to consider, if I were to be honest. So, does anybody recommend a course of action? I suppose we could try that bone dust that the person you spoke to mentioned, Smudge. I do have some tools on me. I can maybe grind some of it down and we could see what the effects are.
She nods. But the bone is still on. Cheddar is the one that has the bone, by the way, just as a reminder, out of character.
Hmm.
Should we get a? Should we find a place to sleep for the night first? If there is a night here.
I suppose that wouldn't be a bad idea, but it's like you said, I'm not sure if a day-night cycle even exists here. Oh yes, to our fellow scholar here, I do apologize. I didn't get your name.
Oh, Mazzy. My name is Mazzy. And she sticks
Lovely
out
to
her
make
hand
your
to shake
acquaintance.
hands.
I shake and introduce myself as I'm Corwin Thorne, a fellow scholar to you, and our friends here. I suppose I'd let them introduce themselves.
Mudge.
Jeff, did you introduce your character?
Oh, I thought I already had. No, I haven't, have I? Yeah, Cheddar here.
And you hear the Leonin go, I'm Anchor. Real quick, Smudge, can you give me a description of your character? Since we're
Oh
already
yeah,
with
you see this like foot tall at most, like moth-looking creature, like with a kind of like rags, like words, a cloak made of rags on, and a bunch of and just very fuzzy. with these big, like, green eyes. And when she talks, like, you can hear her speak, but her mouth is, like, very obscured by fuzz, so you can't really see where her mouth is.
Perfect. Let's see. Hey, Cheddar, can you roll me a d20? I requested one in the chat, so you can click it in there if you want. Works too. Okay. Let's see. You guys are good?
Oh, and that back there, and I point at the table all the way in the back. That's Franz. He's with us as well.
This gentleman over here raises his hand and says, quite right, hold on. No, and another thing, it doesn't make sense. And they just are they're still arguing over there.
If I may ask, Mazzy, you seem to be quite talented with your instrument over there. Could you, with your knowledge in music, tell what this tune is all about? What it's trying to convey, maybe? I'm not as well versed in the musical arts, so to me it's not as clear.
Would that be well, I don't know. Is that a performance role, or you'll make something else?
What was your question again? Sorry, Corwin?
Sorry, say again?
What did you ask her?
Whether I understand the music, what it was trying
what you can
to
tell
say.
about the music that's
About the
playing.
music of the world?
Yes.
Roll me an Arcana check. The DC is near impossible.
Natural 20. Damn it.
You try to listen in, and you get the sense that, much like bardic music, this music is, of course, definitely magical. And while normally you would try to use performance to kind of identify these sorts of things, there is something overwhelming. Like, you try to pick up the notes, pick up the sort of energies, because the way that bardic music technically works is is my understanding is that the music sort of influences your force of will upon what would be the weave, right? And then that sort of bends it in a very artistic fashion into reality that forms around the world. This song that is playing constantly is doing something to the magic as well. However, there is so much your understanding and your feeling of it is so faint that, like, you're trying to reach for a cloud that even at the point right now, you feel like even if you could get to the cloud, you couldn't even grab a hold of. But your understanding is that with a 17, that this song is indeed magical, of course, and it is
somehow on the weave.
Correct.
In the world.
So, unfortunately, like I said, this check is very, very, very high. The DC anyway.
Well, it is difficult. All I can really tell is that the music does interact with the weave in some ways, like bardic music does. But it's complicated beyond my ability to understand how.
I see. Well, it was worth a shot, I suppose. Well, would anybody like to recommend any other courses of action that we could do? Or should we maybe rest for, I guess you could call it, the night? And refresh ourselves, or maybe hope that we could wake up somewhere else if we were to go to sleep. I'm not sure. What do you think, friends?
Seems like no idea doesn't know what's gonna happen.
Well, I just woke up. I'm not really sleepy, but if you guys want to sleep, I can certainly manage to entertain myself.
And Smudge, how do you feel?
At least being in a private room would be nice.
I suppose maybe we can get ourselves a room and try to... And I kind of lean in a little bit into the table to whisper. Try to see if we can get the world and its music to react to us again, somewhere a bit private. Especially now that we have our new friend here who can, well, listen to it and perhaps influence it in some way. Then again,
Yeah.
I suppose we did ask the rodents at the bone mill who they were working for. You mentioned that the bone mill might be used to communicate more freely. If we could maybe find out who was buying all that bone meal, we can go seek them out and see how they use it, so that we can also use it. That might be an option.
Good idea.
Oh. Oh.
I do apologize, friends. While I am the ideas man, I'm not the one usually taking initiative, and it was the same with my party previously in Greyhawk. I must admit, I'm
What's
a bit...
Greyhawk?
Oh, it's the city I'm from. It's... well... it's a lot.
There's only one city where you're from?
Oh, well, there's
Right.
there's quite a lot to this particular city as well. I'm
Or,
sorry,
more
I'm
than one
just...
city, but...
Oh, yeah. There were more, though. I suppose I don't want to get too lost in thought. I must admit I am feeling homesick, though it's more of an anxiety response to where we find ourselves now. Maybe we can ask the kobold. Excuse me, Master Kobold. I don't mean to interrupt your game, but I've got a couple of questions for you, if you don't mind.
And you go talk to the kobold at the table, and you see as he goes, you guys are a bunch of mooks anyway. And he leaves the table with all the chips and everything, and he goes, What? What's your question?
Do you recall the bone mill that we passed by?
Yeah.
This is going to sound weird, but have you ever used any of their products before?
I don't think so.
Would you happen to know anybody that has?
Nope.
I see. Well, I suppose we might need to go and ask them for some more information. I could also ask the barmaid over there if she, well, serves it. I assume they said that multiple people buy it and use it, so maybe she's one of them for her fine establishment here. Excuse me, I'd like to try that, actually. And I head to the barmaid. Excuse me, madam. You mentioned that you don't like questions being asked, so I was just wondering, you wouldn't happen to know anything about bone meal?
She stops cleaning the glasses she has, and she flips her towel over her shoulder and goes, what did I tell you about asking questions? Look, I don't know anything about no bone meal, and you don't need to be knowing anything about what it needs to be known. Now, I can offer you something to drink, but I won't be having any more questions about that stuff.
Oh, I do apologize. I did not mean to break any of the establishment rules. I was only going to ask if you serve any. I was just interested in having some, but if it's not on the menu, then I don't want to push it.
You can check in the back. We got some supplies, but I don't think we have any of what you're asking for. And even if we did, we don't know anything about it.
I see, yes. I didn't mean anything by it. I do apologize. Thank you, though. I kind of slump my shoulders and head back to the table.
Okay.
So what'd she say?
Oh, well, that was a bit of a bust. If she does know anything about it, she's not willing to share, but I don't think she sells it, or buys it for that matter. I'm not sure who does. And another thing, there are some characters in this tavern that we haven't spoken to yet, including, and I kind of try to motion to them more so with my eyebrows as to not draw attention. Those two characters in the corner over there, they've been eyeing us as we came in as well. And one of them seems to be a creature that looks quite similar to the rodents that were working the mill. They might know more. We might glean more knowledge if we were to go ask them, I suppose.
Maybe.
I suppose, why not? Let's give it a try. We're kind of grasping at straws at this point, so the more we learn, the better. Would any of you care to accompany me to their table? I assume they'd want to speak to the group.
After a moment, Smudge would, kind of fly as she's sliding a little bit off the table. Sure.
Anyone else?
Oh, I'll go. I need a better close-up to get that picture just right.
Absolutely. Well, we might as well share notes later as well. Let's give that a try. I try to get up but not make it too obvious that I'm heading towards them. Just kind of look nice and casual, as to not worry them.
Okay. You're going up to the ones in the corner?
Yes, sir.
Perfect.
Hi there. Is this seat taken? Would you mind if I had a quick seat?
So right before this, I'm going to let you guys know. I've started handing out the cards. They are random. You should have a card hand somewhere on your screen. You can hold up to the amount of your proficiency, so 2. Once I randomize the card pulls, I will give you your second card after I have you guys roll another d20, which I'm going to do right now. Right before. So go ahead.
So they show up in our inventory, or?
You have a little bar somewhere in the foundry on your screen that it's like a little card hand where you hold cards. And I'm not sure exactly where yours would be. Maybe the top left, top right, something like that.
If you want to make it easier, you could go like low to high as you distribute them. Or high to low, I mean.
High to little high.
I don't see anything.
Okay.
I
Smudge,
see a card in the chat.
Smudge, I lost you. I don't know where you went.
Oh, I'm on the table.
Oh, there you go.
Jen, is it perhaps at the top left or bottom left of your screen?
Might be behind the chat.
Oh, nuts. Really? It can end up there?
That's where it was for me the first time.
Oh, sorry. Sorry, Lexi. You're good. You already have two. Someone sent you a card, so you started with one today.
Ooh.
Wait, someone sent me a card? I don't have a card in my hand.
Really? On mine it says you do. Let me double check.
Oh,
Oh,
it
I
says I
see.
have to select a hand from my toolbar. There we go.
That might
Yeah, you select
be
you
what
select
it
a
is.
hand, and then you should select your name, and then it should give you the cards that you're holding.
Oh shit, it's gonna stack for rogues. That's not good. It's gonna be fun.
DJ, can I click on the card to like read it without playing it?
Yes, of course.
Oh, sweet.
If you also, there's like a little like thing of a stack of cards. If you click on that, you can open up a stack window to like make it bigger to be able to read your cards.
Jeff, roll me a d20.
Oh. Oh, nice. Okay.
Yeah, so if you click on it, it makes it
Let me
bigger.
see.
Jen, did you find what I'm talking about?
Yeah,
And did
yeah,
you
it's the same menu, so I see it and I can see the card I have.
Yeah, and I'm going to add one more card after I go through them, but you have one card right now. You can hold up to 2 cards based on your proficiency. So once you guys get to proficiency plus 3, you'll be able to hold another card. System Ben in the chat has been very, very generous with the amount of cards he just played for this game. And I will be drawing from that pile that he has given you guys. As you guys go through these. These cards are various NPCs and player characters from Dust and Blood. So eventually your characters will also become cards in this world.
Oh, fun.
And will have effects that you guys will be able to play. Probably version or season 3 of the card releases. We are currently working on season 2. All of them do positive things. They are played based on the action that is described on the card. For example, the one that Jen is holding says it can be played as a bonus action. The only thing that we do ask is if we try to give a little descriptor of how the card effect goes off, just try. Otherwise, we can just say that it plays, but that's what we kind of just ask of the players, if
Okay.
it's possible. Other than that, this is the card system. People in the Twitch stream will be able to play these cards for you to the game, and you guys can receive them from the Twitch chat, and they will be able to influence the game as long as you guys play them. Once you play a card, I will remove it from your hand, the effect will go off, and I will give you another random card from the pile that people have played to you.
Cool.
It said that you passed me a card in the chat, but the card that you passed me in the chat, when I hover over it and expand it, is different than the one I have in my hand.
Right, I was testing something in your hand, so I passed you one that is the actual one that you're supposed to have.
Oh, I see. Okay, that
Yeah,
makes sense.
because I was trying to get it to work, because this is the first time I've done it.
Oh, no worries.
I apologize. But yes, that is the actual card that you drew. Perfect. No. Play this card.
Oh, by the way, as we're... That's kind of the reason that I wanted to bring the rest of the party. As we're heading towards that table, I do want to kind of whisper to Smudge. Oh, I see Smudge. She's under the table. Right here.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I was thinking like she's sitting on the table this time.
Oh, on the table, yeah, okay.
Yeah,
I
I'll
do
move some
whisper...
next to you.
Just as we sit down with these fine gentlemen, please do keep an eye on them in case they move in any strange kind of way. Just judging by how they look, and I do see them, right? Like how they're dressed and everything.
Right.
Based on how they look, I assume they may be roguish in nature, you could say.
Mm.
And I kind of
Love you.
put my hands on my pockets and all my doodads and satchels and everything, just to kind of make sure nothing gets yoinked. And I sit down.
Okay.
Nun's gonna take like a spot like at a different angle at that suggestion, like over like on the fireplace. To keep an eye on things from that angle too.
Gotcha. Okay. Perfect.
Hi there. Are these seats taken? Could we perhaps have a seat and maybe have a chat if y'all are interested? I say to the two dudes in the corner.
You see this one hop up on a chair because it's a lot smaller, and this deer-looking one stands up a little straighter and says, "Yeah, we can talk. What did you want to talk about, stranger?"
What don't I want to discuss? Well, first off, I think I'd like to ask, how old are you? I know it's strange. I'm just curious.
Huh. And you see both the mouse and the deer look at each other and they go, "I've never really thought about it. I'm older than the mouse, not as old as the forest."
Were you born here, like everyone else? I
Yes.
kind of do like a little... And you don't remember when that was?
Oh, I remember how it happened.
Oh, and how might that be?
Oh, it was fantastic. My parents were there waiting for me, and the great tree opened up, and I climbed out.
Huh.
And then we went for a walk. They explained to me about the marbles of the Silver Glade.
That sounds fascinating.
As
do
she
tell.
says this, though, you see a very somber look, as much as a deer could be somber. And she says, "And it's changing. The trees are not as colorful. The animals different. Sometimes they bicker and they fight over such petty things now."
These changes, I'm assuming they started happening a month ago?
What's a month?
30 days.
What's a day?
24 hours.
Is I know what an hour is, but why 24 specifically? That's such a strange number.
I suppose since you have multiple solar bodies, you would probably track it differently. Well, how many hours ago would you say, roughly speaking?
Well, how many hours ago I was born is what you're asking me.
Indeed.
It's like the wolves always say. Hundreds?
I see. Well, how many hours did these changes start taking place? I'm assuming it happened after you were born, definitely, so was it also hundreds?
Hundreds, but fewer.
I see.
I think
And
it has been recent enough to be noticeable. At first, it was just strange occurrence that we had noticed. But lately, it's hard to ignore the trees being mostly green.
Oh, yes. Green trees. Absolutely, disgusting. Your friend there, the mouse? Would you happen to know anything about a bone mill?
You look at the mouse, and he sort of twitches his head as he's holding a gem, he goes, I think one of my cousins works there. Yeah. But, I don't think they're working there right now.
Did your cousins ever explain to you why they work there or who they work for at the mill, perchance?
Nope.
I see. Well, I would actually like to ask you a bit of a weird question, so I do apologize, but if you'll indulge me, do you sleep?
Sleep? Of course we
Yes,
sleep.
you know, like... Ah, I see. That's great. I was beginning to get a bit concerned. How often do you sleep, would you say?
You see as the mouse leans in and whispers something to the deer, which I believe you have lip reading.
Yes.
And you see what he's mouthing is, this person is asking a lot of questions. And the deer sort of nods. And he looks at him and says, yeah, of course we sleep. We sleep when the sun doesn't come out anymore. And sometimes even before that.
The sun stops coming out?
Sometimes.
Huh. That's good to know.
Then the moon comes out.
Oh, you have moons here. Okay. That's also good to know. I kind of just note all that down as they're saying it. Right after noting above that, don't bother asking about the time. They're wasting mine. And just noting everything down.
I assume Mazzy is also sort of writing all of this down.
Yeah, although mine tends to be more drawn in sketches.
Okay, I see.
So like anything the mouse is saying, it's kind of like cartoon like, bubble words around the picture.
It's a comic strip.
Yeah, sort of. Basically.
Let's compare notes
I
later.
also imagine because she's a university student, it's a lot of shorthand in the bubbles as well.
Yes.
So she can keep up.
A lot of
Is it all
abbreviations and acronyms and...
Is it all in different colors as well? Like the headers in like a pink, and then you get a little green in there. And because I had a lot of people in university do that as well.
No, she doesn't have any colored ink, so it's all shades of black, white, and gray.
We'll find you some. That'll be a side quest. No worries.
That would be awesome.
Oh, Dreyfa. The dear woman says, all we know is that everything happened when the water changed.
I see. Again, mention of the river. I see that you and your friend may be a bit uncomfortable at me asking so many questions. And again, I do apologize. It's just that we are new here, or born recently, if that's how you'd like to refer to it. I'll stop asking all these questions, but maybe if you'll indulge me, just one more? Why is it...
They both look at each other. They both look at each other, but they're waiting for your question.
Why does asking questions seem to put everyone on edge? Why is everyone bothered by it?
She thinks about it for a minute and says, after a moment, does it? I think you might be a bit silly, don't you?
A bit silly how? In my assuming that you don't like people asking too many questions? Or just me asking too many questions?
Questions that make other people uncomfortable.
Well,
But
as I
aside from,
mentioned...
but questions
Sorry?
aside, let me tell you something that I do know.
Oh, please do.
Along the river, there is a house. A house that churns with the water. much like the bone mill that this little one's cousins worked at. However, I haven't seen anyone or heard of anyone that has gone to or come from that house.
Interesting. And you said it has a mill that churns in the river, similar to the bone mill that your friend's cousins work at?
Well, yes. But for a long time, it was just there. But recently, if you listen really closely, when you go upriver, you can hear the churning of the wood. But no one ever goes there.
And why is that?
Couldn't hear it before?
I don't know. I don't remember why.
So, about that question of mine, does my asking all these questions make you feel uncomfortable? Is that why I'm silly, as you mentioned?
It doesn't make me feel uncomfortable. We're just not supposed to do it.
Not supposed to, in what sense?
Well, you know how you're asking questions?
Yes.
Stop it.
What happens?
Mazzy
What-
just
what-
starts laughing.
Indeed, what happens if we don't stop? Have you ever seen someone not stop asking questions?
Most people don't ask questions. So, I don't know.
But is it this cultural or innate understanding? Is it this unspoken social contract that you have with each other? Or were you ever threatened by something when you asked too many questions? Surely you would have had some questions. I mean, you mentioned you were born and your parents were waiting for you. You never looked at them and thought, oh, Mom, Dad, what is that flaming ball in the sky? Why are the trees different colors that aren't supposed to be green?
You hear as the song starts to dip in tone once again.
Well, here we go again. I see. Forget I said anything. You're right, questions bad. The pursuit of knowledge, big no-no. I will cease immediately. And I kind of look around like I'm trying to convince the world.
They look
Mazzy?
sort of confused as to why you suddenly shifted your demeanor.
Oh, interesting, okay. You don't seem very uncomfortable right now.
Are you asking them
Do you?
or Mazzy?
Oh yeah, them. Oh no, them.
No, not particularly.
I see.
Should we be? Wait, that's
no.
a question.
Oh, got you there.
They both look at each
So
other
now-
and go, "This is bad. We can't be drawn in." They said, "You're right. Let's go." And she opens the window behind her and jumps out.
Okay.
And then the mouth goes,
Can I
"Yep."
like insight to like see like at what point the world decided to like shift the music, or like if they look like they're hiding something about why they can't be asking questions or what's going on with that?
Sure, go ahead and roll insight.
Damn.
As far as you can tell, when Corwin finished his barrage of questions is when the music changed. But when you look at them to try to gauge whether it was them hiding something about the questions, when they sort of looked at Corwin about and said, "Oh, well, it doesn't really bother us, and It's just is. They sort of seemed utterly convinced about it. And then this guy jumps out too.
All right. Well, that's.
You
seems
hear
like
you hear a chuckle from the upstairs,
from upstairs.
from the balcony.
Is it the guy?
Was it the same
Yes,
dude?
it's Smudge. You know where it's coming from. Everyone else, you look up, but you don't really see who it was. You see the same.
I know the voice of the chuckle.
You see the same guy sitting in the corner. His name, you guys know who it is. Rio. It might, Prepper Jack. It might.
You muted yourself.
I know.
So was it the guy that was like watching us earlier, or is it the guy that was like traded the spice?
So, Smudge, you know that it was the guy that's watching you. For everyone else, you guys look up. And the direction of the chuckle didn't come from Rio, who is essentially, if the balcony's right here, he's right here. The chuckle came over from this direction.
I'm assuming that's the thieves' cant guy. Out of character.
The second voice, yes, that you heard, out of character.
Okay.
Yep.
I'm assuming that chuckle wasn't part of the soundtrack, I suppose.
No.
You wouldn't happen to know. I kind of look back up and kind of lean in a bit closer to Smudge. Is someone listening in on this conversation?
She thinks for a moment and just. Because if that guy like can't be seen right now, she's going to just like kind of point her like she like under her like kind of tilt her head a little bit like towards the direction and just to the general direction of where she thinks the guy is, and ask him, "You okay with me telling these guys about you, or?"
He was leaned over the rail, but as you do this, you see as he like sort of stands a bit straighter, and he goes, you hear the reply. He says, "You're free to do as you wish."
It's someone who is supposed to keep an eye out for new people.
I'm assuming that's us.
She nods. Seeing if they're good or bad.
You know what? I've been thinking about that bone meal they've been mentioning. I think I'm going to try it. I do have some tools with me that might help me grind it down. DM, in an alchemist's kit, I'm assuming I have like a mortar and pestle that I could use to grind stuff, right?
Sure.
I kind of whip some of that out onto the table.
Mm-hmm.
Cheddar, do you still have that bone from earlier?
Yeah, here you go.
Thank you. And I start going to town on that thing. Not the whole bone though. I just kind of like try to, on my leg, snap off a little bit from the edge and just grind that down.
Sure. This is an old petrified. I believe it was a humanoid bone Smudge that you had picked out of the water.
Yeah. Well, not out of the water, out of the
out of the cart,
wagon.
right? Yeah, out of the wagon. All right. Sure. You break it over your knee, and you start. You get a size that fits in the mortal, right? Mortal pestle, and you start. How long do you do this for? And how coarse or powdery do you go? For?
I try to replicate the same coarseness as the powder they showed us at the mill, because they like gave me a bag that I put on the floor and looked into.
Okay.
If you recall.
So this is
So
gonna.
I try to match that.
Yeah. So go ahead and roll me a. I think you can actually use the tools for a check.
Oh yeah, that's correct.
Yeah. So go ahead and use them, and then it's gonna ask you for a check in the chat.
I will.
Let me see what kind of check it uses. Intelligence.
If you don't mind, I'm going to tickle myself as I do that with a little bit of guidance.
Sure.
Tickle yourself with guidance.
Nice description.
I mean, it is. Oh, did I cast it on myself with that? Did I target myself? I believe I did, right?
You're gonna concentrate on it. Just make sure when you roll the check, you either add it in to the miracle if it asks you for it, or roll the d4 after.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Yeah. Either way, you're good. Lucky die.
Okay.
Lucky die for the cleric. Oh, okay.
Could I spend my first lucky die to reroll that?
So lucky die adds numerical value to the end result. It doesn't change the value on the dice, right?
Oh, I see.
However, you do have an inspiration on your sheet. At least that's what your sheet says. That you can use
that's
to
true.
reroll. But it's up to you.
I think I'll hold on to that and try to add the lucky die. If I roll it, what kind of die is it?
It's a d6.
Right, sweetie.
Alright, so I'll roll a d6 and a d4 from my guidance.
Okay. Wow, nice. So max both.
Okay, so 16.
Yes. So you managed to get the coarseness of the same powder that you were going for. And now what do you do with this?
That is a fantastic question. I'm going to refrain from trying to sniffing it, to sniff it from the get-go.
Rolls
I
up
think-
$1.
Yeah, right?
Oop.
A gold coin.
Yeah, gold coin.
Tears off like a strip of the notes and just rolls that up.
Yeah, rolls it up. Let's go.
That's how I focused on my exams. Nah, I think if there's like a drink on the table, I'm assuming those guys left. And also, now that I'm looking for like a beverage to mix a little bit in, would I happen to notice if these guys left anything since they kind of jumped out of a window in a hurry?
Go ahead and roll me perception.
Boom.
Okay. Other than the food that they were eating, they didn't leave anything else.
There was a drink, I'm assuming, with the food?
Yeah, of course.
I'll kind of pull one of those mugs in, try to give it like a sniff, just to make sure it's nothing too crazy.
Let me.
Would I be able to tell what it is?
Sure. Do you have a brewer's kit?
Oh, I don't.
Because you're in a strange world with drinks you've never seen before.
Nope. Alchemist supplies and herbalism kit's the closest to that, but no
Okay.
brewer's kit.
Well, it is an alcohol of some kind.
Oh,
You can make it. You can make a. Well, let's see. You can see that if you look at it, it's dark. It's a dark brown stout. It's thick, and it smells. It smells of ale.
Is it that Gert size thing we saw last time?
This is too small to be a Gert size thing.
Gert
She
Was
showed
the
you
mouses
that
or the deers?
the deers. The Gert sized mug she showed you is massive. You would need two hands to pick up the mug.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, it comes in its
Is it
own.
It's like this whole like off the road diner where you have to like do a challenge where you eat a big thing or drink a big thing and you end up like with your picture on the wall. Do I see anybody's pictures on the wall having done the Gert size challenge?
You look around, and why don't you roll me a perception check? Behind the tavern, there is a wall. Next to the mug, a giant barrel. It's essentially a barrel with like just some 2x4s stuck to it. And behind the wall, there are illustrations of individuals. All there's only one humanoid-looking one. It looks like an elf. All of the other ones are like animals.
The elf wouldn't happen to be... I don't recall if... I think Caladan was an elf. Not Caladan, right?
Caladan is an elf, but it's not him. The resemblance is different.
I see. Okay.
This guy was wearing... The illustration looks like it's wearing armor.
I see. I suppose I better not impair my judgment at...
But this is clearly not that drink.
It smells of alcohol. The mouse's drink? Did he have anything?
Let me see.
He's a small creature, a lightweight, if you will. So I'm hoping that he was just having like some juice.
So you look at his, and his is very watery, and it smells like lemon. At least what you think is lemon.
I'd like to take a sip of it before I add the bone meal, just to make sure there's no effects coming from the drink itself.
Yeah, you take a sip of it. Tastes like lemonade.
No effects, right?
No effects.
Perfect.
Yet.
I have to pee. That's the effect. Smudge, do keep an eye on me. I'm going to try the bone meal. Well, and I kind of just sprinkle like a little bit in, like you would when you're salting some food, basically. Just a little bit of bone meal into the drink.
So you just like, okay. So it's pretty, you've grinded this pretty well. And so it doesn't, your accuracy isn't super great. You get most of it in, but a lot of it goes goes into the air, right?
Sorry, how do you mean? No, I'm not like doing like Salt Bay.
Oh, okay.
Like it's more so like the amount that I put in is like a pinch of salt, roughly.
Right. And so yeah, so you're doing like the finger rub, right? Where you like lean it over the mug and you finger rub it.
Yeah, pretty close to the rim though, like pretty close to the mug itself.
But when you do that, it's sort of like a little bit of it goes into the air, and as you stare at it, and all of it kind of goes into the mug. You hear the music sort of dim a little bit.
Oh.
And as it goes into this lemonade, and it sort of all disperses and it sits on top of the lemonade, the sound sort of regains its height and goes back to normal.
Fascinating. Wait, friends, Mazzy? Do you still hear the music, right?
Yes.
Alright, well, how about
I'm assuming
now?
I do.
How about now? And I just take another small little pinch of the bone meal and I kind of like flick it into the air in front of us.
Everybody within 10 feet hears the music sort of dim. And it's not just like the music is getting lower. It's almost as if the music is mellowing out. So it's no longer so deep. And
See, you mean like it's becoming less, like it kind of reacted negatively to when we were asking questions? So that's like reverting back, would you say?
roll me an insight.
Ooh.
Or anyone can roll me an insight. It's good too. This dice is super cool. Corwin and Smudge, you guys realize as it's almost like this. Nice, a 9. My thing is lagging. It's
Oh, it's a 10.
a 10. Okay. 10. It feels as though, not that you're either fixing something or resetting something. It feels more like you're displacing something, right? So instead of you sort of...
Ooh, sort of like how silence works as a spell.
Kind of. It's more like as you did this, you sort of removed yourselves in a way from whatever was your impact on this music. Does that make sense?
And that only happened when that puff of dust was in the air, and as it lands on the ground?
Nothing happens when it lands on the ground, but when it was in the air, it definitely had an effect. And because it was a little bit, it wasn't... It was more than when you had just put it in the lemonade. I'll put it that way. The effect was greater. Whatever this effect is.
I see. Would I be able to perhaps make a small circle of bone dust around Smudge to see if she completely stops hearing the music?
Okay. Yeah.
Alright, I kind of construct it, put like a circle of salt around you to like ward off ghosts and demons or whatever. I'm
Right.
doing that with the
I
bone
understand.
dust around
Some
Smudge.
supernatural stuff going on right here.
Oh,
Some
yes, sir.
Winchester
Very much.
stuff. Okay, fine.
She
Fine.
just as that's happening, she kind of like tenses up like when your hand is near her, but as you're not touching her, she does kind of like just ease like off that a little bit.
Don't worry, Sammy. We're just gonna test this out. And I put a little ring of bone dust around her.
As this dust sort of starts filling the air as it travels from... I assume you're using either your hand or the mortal and pestle, and you're just tilting it. Either way,
Yep.
As it makes contact with the air and spreads around Smudge, you make the ring around Smudge. And Smudge, you're covered in this cloud of bone dust. And you feel similar to when you were in the portal. Did I say portal? In the ruins. And there was the bubble that was sort of preventing this... Not preventing, but pushing back this sort of magic influx and the music from reaching you. Only it was that you noticed after the bubble had kind of come down. And you don't stop hearing the music, but you feel a bit detached.
Oh, that's
So,
weird.
How do you feel?
I can still hear it, but it doesn't feel the same.
I see. I was hoping we would stop hearing it altogether, but I suppose... Well, what do you mean when you say not the same?
Like... that it's further away? Is that a good description, DJ?
It's more... Yeah. I would say it's more like it can't reach you.
Like, it... like... like it can't touch me.
Ah, fascinating. So, well, maybe we should try this somewhere a little less crowded, but perhaps if we can gather more of this bone dust, we can maybe try asking these people questions without them being perturbed by the music, I suppose.
One thing I will say, though, for Smudge, is that as the bone dust settles and you continue this conversation, and the only thing left is the line around you, Smudge, the music eventually slowly starts to kind of creep back in, and that feeling of what you would consider normal before you started this experiment starts to sort of set back in, even with the sort of circle of bone dust around you.
She kind of like looks down and just, it doesn't work if it doesn't work as the line itself, I guess. It's coming back.
I see, fascinating. And I start scribbling in my book. I wonder if it's based on maybe your olfactory senses, if you're inhaling it, or if it has some sort of magical property of shielding us from this magic when it's in the air. Would anybody like
She
to
pauses for a
take a
second and like
whiff?
reaches down. Yeah, she's like reaches down with her hand and like puts some like around where her nose would be, like around where her nose, like where she smells from, like on her face. Does it? But does like having it in her fluff in there like still work with that?
You're just putting it in the fluff, right?
Yeah, like in the fluff, like in there, so she's like smelling it more.
No.
She thinks around, like shakes her head, but then she like kind of sneezes after a second because it's dust.
Yeah. And when you sneeze and it goes everywhere, then it works again.
Oh. It needs to be in the air.
I see. Fascinating. Mazzy, are you noting this down? I don't think I've seen anything like this.
She flips her notebook around. You get a picture of Smudge sneezing with the caption, "Must be in the air."
Ah, a visual learner, I see. Interesting. I wonder if we could try this on Caladan and maybe get some more information out of him before we set off. I think this may be worth a try, actually. Let's give it a... Yeah, let's go speak with Caladan. I'm sure he wouldn't mind. He's a fellow scholar, after all. he would enjoy being able to ask questions without being interrupted by the world around us. And
She carefully steps out of the circle so you can reuse the bone dust.
Yep, I kind of like push it with my hand back into the pestle, but without like spreading too much of it in the air.
You're like, it's like gold.
White gold.
Sure.
We have gold inside of us.
So we're gonna go
in some of the.
We're gonna go talk to Caladan.
Yes, sir.
But why don't we go ahead and take a 10-minute break here?
Oh, sure, yeah.
Yeah, because we were supposed to take one at 10 and it's 30 minutes past, but we did do some couple things. So we're going to take a 10-minute break. For everyone in chat, thank you for joining us. Thank you, everyone who played cards. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. I have distributed out the amount of cards for the players. We'll be back in 10 minutes. Go ahead and get yourselves a drink of water. Get yourselves a restroom break if you need it, a snack, whatever it is that you need, and we will be back in 10 minutes. Thank you. All right, we are back. And I'm going to close this. Perfect. And so, discovering some strange properties about bone dust, the party is now set their sights on Caladan. Take it away.
Well, I suppose we try asking Caladan some questions using this new little mix we have. Although, if you don't mind, I'd like to also just really quick grind the rest of that bone. We might need it. And I grind the rest of it.
Sure.
Because I forgot I grounded like only a little bit of it.
Yeah, you grind it like at the edge. Okay, sure. I'm gonna go ahead and move time forward.
Oh, if you want, while I do this, maybe the others, if they want to do anything, they can...
Yeah. Let me go ahead and activate your name since now everyone knows who you are. Mazzy, Smudge, Cheddar, did you guys want to do anything?
I think I'm going to wander up to the bar and see what they have.
Sure. You wander up, and the barmaid says, "Hey there, what can I get for you? I got a selection. It's not much, but it's, everyone here in the Silver Glade is welcome to it."
What is your selection?
She says, "Well, I've got," and she hands you a menu. And she is going to, since no, just you went up, I'm going to give it, there it is. We have the challenge, the Yeti's Roar. It is gourd-sized. Some alchemic preserves. We have a variety of teas, some bread, turkey legs, mini pies, pretzels, and some river water. But we have the classic Dreyfa water as opposed to the strange current water from the river.
I think I'm going to get some angel tea and mini pie.
Alrighty.
Let's see. Purchase, yes, and mini pie. We'll get 2. There we go.
Did that work for you?
It's now asking me import via SRD importer.
It says no, just the second one, right? There's a second option.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
no,
do that.
Use okay.
Yeah, do that one.
Oh, so I needed to drag and drop it into my inventory.
It shouldn't, but I hope it doesn't do that. How did I set this?
Nope, they're there.
Oh, they're there? Okay, cool. Yep, there it is. What does this actually do? Okay.
It'll import as the default of what it was before any changes are made.
Yeah. That's what the importer does, Lexi. I mean, there's an actual effect to that item that is not in the shop.
Shit.
Yeah, that's what I was getting at. Yes, here we go. Oh, dang. Okay. Let me know when you drink that tea.
I'm trying to do that at the moment.
Oh, yeah. You can just say that you drink it and just delete it off your sheet. Yeah.
Yeah. I take a couple bites out of the pie and I sip a little bit of my tea.
Okay. The pies, a few seconds after you order them, she dings a bell and you see a big scruffy looking guy come from the back and just put a tray of mini pies
Ooh,
on the counter.
pie. Sweet, sweet pie.
And he goes, I got pies. And then she pours you a tea in a very fancy looking ceramic cup. And then let me know. So you do drink this tea? Okay.
Yep.
So the mini pies are just delicious. But the tea actually does something. Oh, okay. I see. When you drink this tea, and you go to sleep, you get a full rest in a shorter amount of time.
Oh, nice.
That's why it's angel tea.
But more importantly, how does it taste?
Let me see. I should say.
Heavenly?
This is an herbal tea, and it's strung with mint, lavender, honey, chamomile, and sugar. And when you drink it, and as you sip it, you feel as your skin becomes smoother and silkier. So you get notes of refreshing mint with the calming effects of chamomile, and it's got that high sweetness value with the honey and the sugar.
Nice.
It goes down very smooth. All right. Smudge, are you doing anything? Or maybe Cheddar?
She carefully like steps away from the bone pile, so that way, like, if when she like starts flying, it doesn't put more of it into the air and like possibly waste it for what it's gonna be used for. And she'll sit at the edge of the table, like maybe a little nervous being so out in the open, but at least right now, just seeing what it's like.
Okay. And Cheddar?
Watching the room, checking for anybody just appearing. You know, this world's crazy to him. Still kind of confused about everything, but just kind of on high alert.
Sure. Go ahead and roll me a perception check.
Oh, nice.
So I know I saw 15. Okay, yeah. So you're looking around. You see Rio up on the balcony. And every so often you feel like you see the shade of someone in the middle of the balcony kind of looking over. But every time you kind of like turn your head in that direction, they like duck out. And it's almost like a game where you're like you're like looking away and pretending to look away, and then you look there, and it's very obvious what they're doing.
Probably
Who's
just keep an
leaving?
eye on the situation.
You guys see as Caladan closes his books, packs up, and starts to walk.
Can I chase after him?
You can. Cheddar, what were you saying?
Nothing. Go ahead.
Sorry.
Kind of gathering my my things really quickly, and my mortar and pestle now full of bone dust. Excuse me, Caladan.
Yes?
Before you go, I wanted to ask real quickly. You wouldn't happen to know anything about the effects of bone meal or bone dust, would you?
He squints and looks up to the left, like trying to remember. He goes, no, it's that stuff that they make at the bone mill, but I don't recall there being any specifics about it. I am going to investigate something currently. Would you like to come?
If I may ask, what are you going to investigate?
Well, I'm glad you asked. There is the matter of the river, and of course, us leading the river. I'm going to try once again going upriver. I do know a path close by that leads to it. I do wish to try one more time, just to see what happens.
Funny you should say that. I believe the group and I were also interested in following the river. There seems to be an issue with the bones stopping, and we were let on to a bit of an insight by the two creatures sitting in the corner. They mentioned that there is some sort of house that used to also sit on the river, though they mentioned that it has either disappeared, or I'm not entirely sure. I think it might be worth giving it a look. If we're traveling upstream, we might be able to run into it and discover some more insights.
A house? How intriguing. Yes. Gather your party. Let's go.
I will, but if you don't mind, real quick, and I kind of take a pinch, just a small pinch again of the bone dust, and I go, how do you feel when I let off a puff of this in the air? The bone meal, and I kind of waft a little bit in the air between us.
Sure. And let me see. I'm gonna roll here. He goes, strange, fascinating. It's almost as though I feel something leaving. Although, I can't quite put my finger on it. And he puts his, index on his lips.
Oh, he's doing that to me.
He's, looking around the air, you obviously just put the powder in the air. But he's like, no, not your lips, his own lips, he's thinking, right?
Oh, no. Oh, okay. No, not my own.
No. Shh. It'll be over. Shh. No.
No, I thought he was trying to shush me, but he's
No.
not. He's just thinking.
He's just thinking, yeah.
Oh, okay. I do believe this might be perhaps warding away some of the magic of this realm, or keeping it at bay while it's in the air. I'm assuming you feel that too.
There is something strange, and it is a warding effect. However, I don't know particularly what it's supposed to be doing.
Well, no worries. On our way up the stream, we should run into a bone mill where we could acquire more of it. If we maybe had more of the substance, we could study it a bit better.
Alas, I did want to be in a hurry.
Oh, I'll get my group right away. Apologies for keeping you. I'll get them in a second. And I walk back in. Friends, friends. Is everybody ready? I think we should go and follow Caladan up the river. The more the merrier, I suppose.
So lunch gets up and Bird's already on its way out.
Mazzy, care to follow?
Mazzy downs the last of the tea and kind of sweeps up the remaining mini pies into her satchel.
Okay. They're transportable.
Yeah, I'm trying to wipe the little bit of berry pie off my lips as we go.
Aw, yeah.
What do we do with our two PCs that are not here? Do we just...
Franz is going to have this very philosophical discussion that is keeping him completely entertained, and Encore is going to say, This is a bit much. I'll catch up with you guys later.
Oh, gotcha. Okay. I'm sorry, DJ, but can I listen in on what Franz and the others are talking about?
Sure. So you
Just a quick hint of the conversation.
So you listen in, and there is. So the raven, you hear the raven squawk and go, I'm gonna pose the question one more time as they slam their sort of feathery talons on the table. If magic and realms exist, how do we know that we are not imaginary people living in an imaginary realm? And you see Franz think about it and gets upset at this and goes, that's preposterous. Why even pose such a theoretical question? Of course we're not imaginary. There is no way that we could possibly be imaginary. Look! And he takes like a cup and flips it upside down, and it just the water that was in it kind of spills out on the table. And you hear the owl say, but that does not disprove the fact that we could be imaginary, and some imaginary fellow just caused you to do that without your own volition. And Franz says, but I have the free will. This is undeniable. No imaginary person, real, otherwise, or imaginary, is controlling me right now. Look! And he stands up and like slams both his hands on the table and goes, I can sing a high note, la, and I can sing a low note, lo, and that, my feathery friends, is the proof that we are not imaginary. And they're just squawking about this back and forth.
Oh, I think he might be preoccupied, though I do wish I had eaten or drank or perhaps smoked whatever it is that Franz is on right now. I suppose we'd better be off. He's starting his own conspiracy theory podcast.
What's a podcast?
Oh, that's a great question that we will discuss at some other point. Let's shuffle off. Wait, so they were asking a bunch of questions. The music around them didn't seem to shift at all, did it?
They were talking about theoreticals and philosophy, right?
But not questioning the world.
Correct.
That they're in. I see, okay. So we wouldn't have noticed anything.
Yeah.
Alright, Caladan. This should be the group that's joining us. The rest are going to stay here and man the fort, as they say. So it's just going to be the four of us.
Pull off their eardrums, considering how bad that singing was.
Oh yeah, the bard probably did not like that.
Great.
Use some assistance in
judged.
basic vocal training, yes.
Well, to be fair, Archduke Ferdinand probably didn't have vocal training like that.
No, he was training guns. Caladan says, very well. It is this way, as he opens his little notebook and closes it again and goes, I believe it is this way. Come. And he walks into the tree line and starts walking into the forest. You guys...
Is the Lost Merchant still over there, by the way?
Yes. He is writing something in a ledger that has a very long string attached to it in a leather.
Steal more of him. Take everything he has.
Take everything? Jeez.
Take everything.
My bag now.
For the chance, Mazzy, did you want to look at anything this guy had before we go? Summons a lich. Check.
Oh yeah, he had some magical doodads. Just make sure you read everything he has.
Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna give you a second to look at anything you might have. A lot of it is expensive, so you'll have to come back.
Oh, it's always good to know what's there.
Or just distract him and let Smudge do the rest.
I certainly won't object. Anything? Sneakies.
You walk up to him and he goes, another interesting buyer. Excellent. I am, and he puts his non-staffed hand against his clothes and says, the Lost Magic Man. And these are my wares. Do you have anything to trade?
Not at the moment.
Well, your friend had something on him, but he didn't want to trade it. I assume you're friends. You're walking together.
I will buy one of these potions of healing, though. There we go.
Pull. Request. Request accepted.
Now, there's some way to look at the description without buying it?
If you click on the item, I think it should give a drop down.
Ah, there we go. I was just clicking on the wrong spot.
Yeah, on the name.
Allowing the wearer to make footprints in reverse.
Oh, sneakies.
That sounds like, yeah.
Sneaky.
Sneakies. Oh, yeah. What a classic.
Yeah, you know what? Actually, I think she's going to go ahead and buy those.
She's gonna buy the sneakies.
Just walk backwards.
That's funny.
Just think about how much fun you can have with those and such a practical joke at school. No one will know it was me. That should do it.
Okay. Sure. You see that he tries to hand you, as you walk away, a piece of cardboard. But didn't say anything, so I don't know if you noticed.
I probably didn't notice.
Okay. He goes, okay.
Oh, poor guy.
Kaladin says, all right, here we go. He leads you guys into the forest, and about, in our time, 10 or so minutes later, a very, very, very short amount of time, and it's in a straight line, you guys reach a river. Nope. Let me put you guys on the map first. One sec. Yes. But no.
Once we are out of like a view of the guy.
Uh-huh.
Come on. Put in the inventory. There we go. Smudge will go into Lyneth's saddlebag
Okay.
and pull out the little bottle of spice.
Okay.
And land on Corwin's shoulder, just, you seem to really want this. I hope you don't mind.
Oh, how could you afford this?
I didn't.
No, you guys saw what happened.
Oh. Oh, right. Oh, so that's what that was. I see. Well done. Thank you.
She nods.
Is that Excalibur?
No comment. You guys come to a river.
Oh, man.
And it's a river. You guys look down, and anyone with a halfway decent perception can see that there is a stone with a shiny object jutting from the river.
Well, I don't know about you, friends, but any excuse to study any magical items that we might find here is always one that I'm going to take. So, anybody willing to go and pull the sword out of the stone?
You said the raven over there?
Bird. Well, I didn't send the raven over there. The bird went and perched on it after it was noticed.
Okay. Sure.
Caladan, have you seen that sword in the stone over there before?
He looks a little puzzled and he goes, No, I haven't. And he looks, his brow kind of furrows and says, That's very odd. I've been here multiple times. I've never seen a sword in a stone before.
I suppose you'd better check it out. I mean, anything that relates to the river might be of interest to us if we'd like to find out.
Yeah, so this riverbed is pretty... It's narrow, it's shallow enough that you can ride, but the middle of the river is probably like 20 feet deep. And it slants in.
And this rock is floating? Or
yeah,
is
it's jutting out. So it's definitely... Because you can't see the bottom, right?
Mm-hmm.
Of where the rock connects to the bottom, but the rock is above the water line.
Indeed, Lynn. Indeed. Well, I suppose I'll go inspect it. And before I go, I'd like to kind of set some of my stuff, like in bags and everything, on the riverbank so that I don't get all my stuff wet.
Sure.
It's just gonna be me, my armor, my robes, just the stuff that I'm wearing, essentially.
Okay.
And I swim to it, but cautiously.
Sure. So you dive into this river. The river isn't super strong, so you can make it to the rock.
There's nothing like, I don't feel like anything pulling down on me in any direction.
Just feels like water. But as soon as you do get to that spot,
Uh-oh.
something does rise from the water. And
Oh?
wouldn't you know it?
Lady in the Lake.
Well, it's river this time.
This...
Did she say anything to me?
Yeah, I'm just looking for the dialogue because I wrote it somewhere and now I can't find it. Give me 1 sec.
Oh, no,
Where is
take
that?
your time, take your time.
Where's the
I thought you were
dialogue?
I
Where
thought
did
you
I
were
leave
waiting for
it?
me to say something.
God. What?
She just stares at me and I stare at her and I go, what?
Just lost in each other's eyes. Here we go. I found it. Okay. Okay. Yeah. The lady. Okay. Perfect. Okay, that didn't help me at all. Okay. She rises from the water, meets your gaze. I guess looks down at you because she's actually water walking at this point, and says,
Oh.
"Do you think that you're worthy of the sword?"
Well, that is entirely a subjective question. Do you mean, like, was I trained to wield a blade, or what exactly would you be referring to?
The person that draws this blade is the one destined to rule.
To rule?
You seem to question even your very existence. A ruler does not possess nor need to question his own existence, for he knows his own purpose. You, I do not think, are worthy. Swim away, little fish.
Okay, ouch, first of all.
Oof, sorry.
No, like, in character, like, well, I do question myself and everything around me due to my scholarly pursuits, but that's not out of fear or anxiety or anything like that. I just see the question marks that the world poses to us, and I'd like to answer them. That's what I'm interested in. And speaking of questions, what would happen if I try to pull that blade if I'm deemed to not be worthy?
Then I will forcefully remove you from the river.
Forcefully remove me as in take me back to the riverbank?
And you see, as she raises a hand and out of the sides of the river, you see the river itself start to take certain forms.
I see. Message received. I will not be touching the sword. However, I do have to ask, is the sword itself going to test for my worthiness, or is it you, milady?
She takes a step back so elegantly, strutting on the water, and does the go-ahead gesture with her hand to the blade.
I see. I will try, and I promise you, milady, if I'm found to be unworthy, I will stop bothering you and go back to the riverbank. I do not need to be escorted out, I assure you. I know when I'm not invited to stay longer. I'll just give it a quick try, I suppose.
She gives you the most evil snicker.
Evil. Uh-oh. Mazzy, I can't note any of this as my supplies are on the bank. Could you please take notes of what might happen? This is very intriguing. As I kind of like get up on the rock near the sword.
Gotcha. She pulls out her
Hands.
journal and just starts sketching away.
You just like water elementals just getting Corwin caught in water, just like.
But it will make a fantastic picture.
Yeah. His last
it'll
seconds
be,
of air.
It'll be great as a eulogy, thank you.
I'll compose a lovely one for you.
There you go.
Hey, that's why we need a bard in the party.
That's why we need the bard.
Hands on the hilt.
Okay.
As I take
So
a
you
breath.
see that the bird is still seated on the hilt, or at least the cross guard, right? Right, Lexi, I assume.
Yeah.
Or is it yeah, the cross guard.
Lynn, sweetheart, if anything happens, you need to go back to Smudge immediately. This is not the safest place to be.
Ah. Ah.
Excuse me, milady. Is the bird's been on the sword's hilt for quite a while? Is she deemed to be worthy or not? Has she been tested?
Lexi, did the bird try to pull the sword at any point?
I don't think so.
Then there you go. The lady of the river doesn't say anything, but she's seemingly looking at you, and there's almost like a lustful, evil glint in her eye that she just wants you to try.
I really shouldn't, but my character probably would. Oh well, well, I've been in ruins before with relics, so I suppose this is the same as any other. Here goes. Hands on the hilt. And I try to pull.
Okay, make me an athletics check. It is indeed a passable check. But before you do this, I'm gonna ask you: do you use any spells or anything?
Yes, I would like to. Wait, let's see.
Oh, I can give Bardic Inspiration.
Oh, you can. That is a thing you can do.
Do I target?
I think you can just say that he has it and just make sure that you know what you use one.
I roll
All right, Corwin. Do you like play him a song, or you just tell him good luck? How does Bardic Inspiration work for Mazzy?
In this case, it would probably be playing.
Okay, so you're tuning him up like as he's trying to.
Yes.
Okay.
I suddenly
Okay.
feel a bit more confident as I, just with a little touch of my amulet, I put guidance on myself yet again.
Okay.
Am I still concentrating? Okay. And I'm assuming Bless only works for attack rolls and saving throws, so I won't put that on.
Bless is also concentration, which interferes with guidance.
Oh yeah, it will break the. Yeah, that's true.
You do, however, have one lucky die and an inspiration. Just so you know.
How does the inspiration? Would I use it after I roll? Or can I use
Yes,
it now to
typically
advantage?
you roll it, and then you know, because you could succeed on the first one, right? And if you don't, if you don't like the number, roll it again.
Oh, so it's a reroll. It's not an advantage.
Correct. It's not an advantage.
Well, actually, so Bardic Inspiration is a D6.
So he's
sorry,
asking
I
about
have like normal inspiration.
He's asking about Dungeon Master Inspiration.
Oh.
Not Bardic Inspiration.
Sorry.
Bardic Inspiration is an additional die. Yeah.
Okay, in that case, I'll hold on to that, and yeah, I begin to pull.
So roll me the athletics check. I assume you said it was a D6 at this level, Mazzy.
Correct.
So you're gonna roll an athletics check plus a 1d4 plus a 1d6. One for guidance, one for the Bardic Inspiration.
1d4 plus 1d. I think I can actually have that all roll at the same time, right?
And I'm gonna tell you the
Yeah,
DC.
Uh-huh.
The DC is 15.
Oh, lucky die. Was it a d4?
It's a D6, but just expending it at this.
D6.
Yeah, just expending it at this point allows you to. But if you want to roll it to see how well you pull the sword out. Perfect.
19 total.
Perfect. You put your hands on the hilt of this, and you pull as Mazzy is playing her song and sort of hyping you up. You feel as the sword actually pulls against you, and almost you feel it shifting back into the stone, and you get a rush of inspiration from all the notes you've taken about magical swords, and you sort of jerk the hilt to one side, and you feel it cut loose out of the stone, and you hear shring as the sword pops out of this stone.
I kind of regain my breath. That felt strange. And I kind of, in a moment, like in this rush, I hold the sword in two hands up over my head, and I go, "My pull-out game can never be questioned again."
Oh, wow.
You hear
You're welcome.
a voice in your head, Corbin, and the voice says, "That was the worst pun I have ever heard. Are you my new wielder? Could you please pass the buck to someone more armored?"
I look around, trying to I'm sorry. Is
Nope.
sword? Are
No,
you
up
speaking?
here, as you're looking around, up here, because you're holding the sword aloft, right?
Oh yeah.
And he's like trying to get you to look at the sword.
Ah, I see. So, in this world, the swords are also sentient. We'll have to mark that down. Oh, the silver glades won't stop surprising me. What was that, Mr. Sword? What did you want me to do?
Excalibur, please.
Excalibur. Very well. So, do you deem me worthy, since I was able to yoink you out of that rock?
I guess.
Damn, okay.
But it's going to take us an hour to get to know each other. And you see, as this lady has a very disgusted look on her face and goes, "Oh, fine. Keep the sword." And you see her slink back into the water.
Oh, and the elementals go away as well too, right?
Correct. They slink back into the water.
Then comes and lands on the sword as you're holding it aloft, like it's her blade.
Well, that'll teach that lady to never question me again, I suppose. I know I may not look it, but clerical training did involve some martial training as well. Gods. And I kind of try to hold the blade with both hands aloft and try to waddle my way back to land. Me. There we go. Friends, this is, Swordy the Sword. Swordy the Sword, this is my group of friends.
Big Mazzy just gives you the most disgusted look for that name.
Sorry, Swordy
The
McSwordface.
sword?
You hear a voice in your head, Corwin, that says, "Don't let her look at you like that. Regardless of what you call me, we are magnificent. Make sure she knows it."
Mazzy showed you the cartoon picture she drew of you pulling the sword out with a little caption that says, "Yoink."
Yoink.
I'm assuming because you had said that out loud, I assumed that she heard it. So she added that to the...
Mazzy, the sword is talking to me, right? Said its name was Excalibur, and said that you should totally respect me because I pulled it out of a rock, if that makes sense. Did I get that right, Excalibur? Is that what you wanted?
Yes.
Coolio.
And I don't want to see any more of those disgusting faces she's making. Only admiration and awe.
I see. Well, just the weight of you in my hands does make me feel a bit more confident, actually. You know what? You're right. He's just kind of like getting gassed up by a fucking talking sword.
Turns out it's a cursed object.
It might be, and I'm like 2 dialogue boxes with the sword away from changing my character's voice to being like, "Yes, they should respect me, Corwin Thorn, wielder of Excalibur," just something like that.
Onward, Corwin, to adventure it we call.
Adventure awaits, my knights of the round table, is what I sound like in my head as I go, "Oh, well, friends, I suppose," and I kind of like picking my stuff off of the riverbank.
That's what you sound
Onwards
like
we
in
go.
your head as the sword changes your inner voice to sound even more heroic.
Ooh, I like that. Wait, is this like a magical item? Do I have to attune it or anything like that?
You hear a sigh from the sword. And this is telepathy, if you haven't figured this out. Only you can hear this.
Yep.
And the sword says, "We're going to get to know each other really well over 1 hour."
Speed dating a sword. Well, I've seen weirder things in this world.
All right.
Caladan, was any of what just transpired normal?
Caladan moves forward and says, "Absolutely not. I don't know what that thing is, and I don't know what that thing in the water was. There's no telling what repercussions could come from you pulling some strange object out of a sword. And clearly there's no basis of government, as it claimed or something."
I suppose you're right, but, well, we're scholars. That's how we learn, by experimenting.
You hear the sword speak to you and say, "No form of government. Smite him. Smite him now. Smite him with your words if you must."
Oh, shit. I kind of... Okay, wait, can I speak telepathically to the sword?
Yes.
I guess I'll try that. I'll try to think...
Well, let me double check. Let me double check what it
Oh,
says.
okay. Steady yourself, Excalibur. He might make a useful ally.
It can communicate telepathically with its wielder. Does communicate mean both ways?
Strange women lying in ponds distributing swords is no basis for a system of government.
Exactly. See what the
I would
half-
assume that I personally would assume it's both ways once attuned, but before that, no.
Yeah, I think once you attune to it, you would have that capability. I think Lexi is right on this one. So right now, you're just kind of screaming at the sword like a madman.
Oh.
Well, maybe not like a madman, but you get what I'm saying. It's It's weird.
Like I'm talking to a sword.
Correct.
Oh, okay. One thing though, I don't see it in my inventory as of yet. Should I add it myself? Like,
I
jump
have
on the
it.
importer thing?
When you attune to it, I'll hand it to you.
Oh, how do I start that off? Do I just like while we're traveling, just keep it in my hand?
Yeah, because we're not doing any crazy sort of activity.
All right, sure. I guess I kind of. Okay, I'll tell you what. I take one of my parchment holder thingies.
Uh-huh.
I take the parchment out of it and put it in the other parchment holder thingy, and I kind of use that as just like a makeshift sheath for the sword so that I can have it by my side.
Did you... What? Don't put me in that. You're not some sort of barbarian.
Absolutely not,
You
Excalibur.
see as a very elegant blue gold line sheath appears, like materializes out of thin air on your belt as you think about sheathing this sword.
Oh, excuse me. You are absolutely right.
This is
wow.
Excalibur. Of course, I come with my own sheath.
I suppose so. Again, I shoot just a quick look to Mazzy. I don't suppose you're hearing the sword talking into my head, but are you noting this? This is incredible. I don't think I've seen a relic do this before.
Question for VM.
Mm-hmm.
I'm assuming I would have some idea of how intelligent objects exist.
Mm-hmm.
So you don't sound crazy if you're telling me the sword is talking to you?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I don't know if Excalibur is a famous sword within D&D. I would have to imagine it probably isn't, but sentient items and weapons are a thing.
Right.
Which, wizards and any sort of scholarly people understand do exist.
Okay. So it doesn't sound insane.
It doesn't sound far-fetched, right? Obviously, until the sword actually talks aloud, if it can do that. You're just kind of taking his word for it.
Smudge is looking at you like a crazy.
Well, I see why you would question that, but you have to trust me on this one. I mean, we've experienced weirder things since we've been here.
Don't let them question you. Assert the factual you hear in your head.
Yes. It's a sword and it talks. End of discussion.
It's like, oh.
What the fuck was that voice?
I'm not sure. I think, well, I don't know. I think the sword's just making me feel a bit more confident. It's quite an interesting feeling, I have to say. I was never much of a confident fellow, you see. I was just buried in my books all the time. I never really learned how to socialize like that. I didn't know magical items could even do that. How intriguing. You know what? I think I like you. And I talk to the sword like a crazy person.
Can I do an arcane roll to see what I would know about the possibility that the intelligent item in question will attempt to take over the person who's carrying it? Like, how much do they know about any of that?
Sure. Go ahead and roll an Arcana check.
Nice.
Anyone else getting this much lag? Okay. This is so laggy. Okay. 18. Roll me an insight check too, real quick.
Okay. Just a moment. Insight.
I'm gonna double check this.
Fuck.
Oh! Okay.
I can't wait for Monday. I missed those nat ones. Yes, there is a very real possibility that this sword will do that. Based on exactly how Corwin is acting.
Oh. Corwin suggests that before we get too much more comfortable with this sword, that perhaps we not have you carry it around directly for a little while and see how you feel about it in a couple more hours? I mean, my studies tell me this is dangerous. This sword
Well,
may try and get you to act in ways that aren't you.
Don't listen to her. Come on, Corwin. Onward to adventure. She's just jealous.
Can I do persuasion?
Okay. Yes, you can do persuasion if Corwin's okay with it. Corwin does not need to act on, even if you roll like an @20. It's entirely based.
It's his.
Yeah,
it's his decision. I'm just.
Yeah, absolutely. I want to make sure that that's clear.
What if Excalibur rolls persuasion as well, and we see which one gets higher?
I mean, I could. Let me get the stats. Because Excalibur has stats. Persuasion was not one of them.
At least charisma.
Holy shit.
His charisma's probably pretty fucking high, actually.
Nat 20.
Did you really?
Shit.
Yeah, I'm not kidding.
Oh no.
Yeah. It's spoilers if I reveal the role, but I'm gonna send it to Lexi so she can confirm.
Holy
Oh,
shit, yeah, it is.
I believe you. I'm just trying to think of how I want to play this.
Yeah, the sword beat 17 by 7 points.
Oh wow.
So 24.
Okay. Good to know. I have a sword that does the talking instead of doing any damage. Okay. In that case, well, I appreciate your concern, Mazzy, but well, I've dealt with some magical artifacts before, and of course, dealing with artifacts always incurs a risk. But I mean, think of all the knowledge that can be gleaned of it. I mean, I assume the magical artifacts of this world might be quite a bit more different than the ones that I have. It would be interesting to study. And hey, if I do start acting weird, you're more than welcome to point it out, but I think I'm going to hold on to it for now.
Yes, Corwin, yes. You need not explain your reasonings to her. Willows do not need to explain.
Of course, Excalibur, but I also don't want to be rude. Rulers are always comport themselves in a very polite and honorable way, of course. Especially a ruler with a sword as shiny as this. And I kind of hold it and kind of let it gleam in the sunlight with its reflections.
You hear the sword go swing.
Okay.
Like the word. He actually said it.
Ooh. Well, I suppose we don't need to dilly-dally, we can keep going. Sorry. Oh no. This is kind of turning into a Lord of the Rings thing where you have to pull the sword from me and I try to keep it.
The princess, don't take it away from me.
Alright friends, I suppose we could keep going upstream and see what other cool magical doohickeys we find. Shall we?
Perfect.
And then
So
before people answer, I just start commanding going forward.
onward, Corwin.
Onward, Knights of the Round Table. There's river bones to find.
I would just let him go ahead and run into whatever's there first. I think that's a great idea.
You're just gonna let him go first, I see. All right.
Oh,
So
Depending on how long it takes, I was gonna wait until Corwin would let his guard down, and then that's when I would try to snatch it with my
Okay.
hand.
is that gonna take more?
If
than
you
an
would be
hour?
fine with that, if you would be fine with that, Dan.
yeah, sure, but what are the logistics of that? Because it is... how heavy is it, being a full-size sword?
Considering that I assume she's trying to use Mage Hand, which carries 10 pounds. 10 pounds is probably more than enough to take the sword from you. But the thing is, how long is that going to take? Because I need to know if he actually manages to attune to it.
Yeah, and do keep in mind that I have it like sheathed in the hilt that it gave me, but I have like my left hand on it because I am trying to attune to it. Since the DM mentioned that's how long it's gonna take, an hour-ish to get to know each other.
So,
quote unquote.
So let's see.
So she would send another message to Mazzy in her head. We need to distract him.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
We need to distract him or hit him over the head really, really hard.
Well, I mean, she wouldn't suggest that part.
Let's see. So, Mazzy would start playing a martial tune, extolling the virtues of swords in general. Probably. I don't know, since there's nothing in lore that really pleases Excalibur in D&D. But I'm sure I've got heroic epics that involve historical, amazing swords.
Mm-hmm. Okay. As it like a distraction, or this you're just playing?
Yes.
This? Okay. Roll me a performance check. Corwin, I'm gonna need a perception check.
All
right. Cheddar, do you do anything in this situation?
Still just watching.
You're just watching them do this? Okay.
Trying to figure it out. I don't know for sure whether that sword's messed up, and if it is, I'm like, it's probably going to take a while for it to start affecting him.
Okay. So how long do you play this song, Mazzy?
Oh, probably a good... Well, it wouldn't be just one song. It would be kind of a series of songs.
Right.
About...
Absolutely.
Well, I'd give it a good 10 or 15 minutes.
We need him to move his hand.
Just go like, if you like magical swords that came out of a random river, put your hands up.
Everyone needs to clap along. So
put your hands in the air if claiming a sword out of the river was fair. Random stuff like that just get
like
me to get my...
I'm gonna have the sword roll as well.
Oh,
insight check.
Because the sword can actually see out a certain range. Okay.
Can't see invisible things?
The sword tells Corwin in his mind, yes, this is a wonderful tune. Let's clap along. And he...
I go, indeed. I love sword music. I guess that's why they called it the Sword Coast where you're from. As I looked at Mazzy. Just going crazy with the puns today.
So even
swords.
Even
heroic swords.
Go ahead and roll me another performance check. Because this is gonna be another 15 minutes, so it's gonna be 30 minutes total here. Oh man, those nat 20s at the beginning could be really useful. So we did this for about 15 minutes. You guys are still walking through this forest. He has lifted his hand from the hilt, and if I could, Corwin, you're getting involved with the music, but you're still perceptive enough that you see of your surroundings. Smudge, are you attempting it right now?
When, like, after a little bit of his hand being away from it, she's like behind him in it. Sure. But his perception is like more than just that. He could probably feel it moving on his side.
Yeah. And every time you feel like you just about got it you're using the hand, right? The invisible hand.
Yes.
You feel it kind of like slip, and you're like, oh, and you're just like adjusted, like, and lose that, and you just like put it back. So
No.
we can
Back
do.
in the hill you go.
We're gonna do 2 more rounds, and after that, he's gonna hit the attunement. Go ahead if
Become
you
a god.
if you want to continue to distract him with music. Roll. I'm gonna need another performance check, and then Corwin, we're gonna have you roll perception again. All right.
Damn it.
The sword is also gonna roll perception.
I'm one perspective mother effort, let me tell you.
Oh, the sword didn't do too bad either.
Damn it, so close! Wait, can I roll my one hit lucky die to see if I beat that?
Sure.
So it would be the perception to see if I can snatch it.
Okay, you'd have to roll a 2 or higher. Oh, sorry, 3 or higher. Meter beat. Nope, not high enough. 21. Meter beat. Meat doesn't. Nothing changes on a tie, right? So
Yeah,
you
status quo stays.
yeah. So you just about got it, and you go, you twist it because you feel like it's about to get, and he realizes what's happening, and it's like the sword is like halfway out. You just about had it, and he realizes, whoa, puts it back. All right.
Does he realize what? Okay, I'm just on a quick question. Would he realize at this point that something's going on?
That's a good question. Corin, can you roll me an insight check if you want to? Otherwise, you're too enthralled by the music.
I'll throw a roll. Because if I do notice what's going on, like that the sword is like, or something's trying to get at the sword, I might just throw a guidance on myself just to kind of like,
Sure.
oh, someone's trying to take this from me. So I'll roll it.
Sure.
That's a 17.
It's not high enough for the sleight of hand. You sense something is off, but in the sense that like even Excalibur wants to get in on this action, so you kind of rationalize it as, oh, Excalibur is also trying to party.
Oh,
If that's fair for you.
The sword's excited. Oh, how quaint.
Let us dance, Corbin. The dance of death around our enemies. Huzzah!
Indeed, Excalibur.
All right, last check. Come on,
This is taking such a turn. Oh my god.
Mazzy, come on.
No! Okay, I'm gonna use my lucky die on
Okay.
that.
What am I rolling?
Hang on, she's rolling. All right, 17.
Ooh.
Do you have any bardic inspirations? Can you use bardic inspiration on yourself? I don't even know.
Yes, I can.
Oh, okay. 18. Okay. Corin, roll me this perception check. Oh, this could be
yes!
it. All right, go ahead and give yourself another lucky die.
God damn it!
Oh no! Smudge, pick up another lucky die. Corwin, you're very enthralled.
Indeed, I am.
Let me roll for the sword. Okay.
The sword also got in that one.
No, the sword rolled both of you. But the sword doesn't have hands. So, do you have anything that would increase this roll, Smudge? And I know, Corbin. I'll give you the same offer if you guys want to roll off the lucky dice you just got.
Well, I don't think so because I wouldn't have noticed. What's
You wouldn't
going on.
notice, right? Okay.
Yeah.
I didn't want to just assume that. I thought that was logical, but I wanted to give you the opportunity, right? But
I appreciate that. Yeah.
For Smudge,
play along.
did you want to roll the lucky die you just got?
No, what happens happens. I'm keeping it.
Okay. So, same as before, you essentially got the sword all the way out of the sheath, and it's floating away as Corwin turns around and realizes that it's out of the sheath and goes, "Ha ha, silly sword," and just takes it from midair and puts it back in the sheath. It's at this point that you are going to complete 1 hour. And fully attuned to this, I'm going to put it in your inventory as soon as I can get to it. My thing is lagging a little bit. I apologize.
No worries. This is just both of you guys like Spider-Man and Iron Man trying to take the gauntlet from Thanos.
Essentially.
And he just wakes up at the last second and he goes, "Oh no, my Excalibur. Dearie me, nearly slipped away." Oh, and I think I used 2 lucky dice, so I'll just keep the 1 as is.
Yeah. Alright. You are now attuned to Excalibur.
Excalibur.
And also have its curse applied to you.
Oh no.
Yeah, if you open the edit, you can read exactly what this does.
I am. I am. Oh no.
I'll go ahead and just reveal the name so everyone can see it. Excalibur.
Excalibur.
Huzzah! We've made it to an hour, Corwin. How do you feel?
I feel great. I feel different, but in a good way.
Onward! Here we are at the next destination. As you guys have essentially walked and talked your way here, you guys are free to take a short rest if that resupplies any of you guys' things. But we are going to get to our next destination, which is going to be just a...
I don't believe short rests refund any spell slots, do they?
No.
It's long rests only.
Not for... Unless you're a wizard.
Unless you're a warlock.
Or a warlock,
Ah,
yeah.
that's true.
Weird.
Dog.
At the edge of the river, as the tree line breaks, you come across a building. The water wheel itself turning. I know it's not turning because I didn't have an animated version. But in front of this house, you see a dog. Its tail wagging, happy to see visitors. And Caledon says, "That's strange. I've never been able to get here before. Could it be because you pulled the sword?"
No, it's either that or it's because you're traveling with us, Caladan. I did try to mention this before, but it seems that our arrival here has changed things, or perhaps the fact that we're going to arrive here has the catalyst to that. But yes, I do believe that with us you could travel further. Furthermore, I believe that this is the abandoned house that dear person told us about. You guys notice like a perceptive small change in his cadence and his tone in his voice. A bit more sure of himself compared to usual.
You do have proficiency with this sword, now that you've attuned to it, by the way. Even if you didn't.
Oh, okay. I
Just
think
so
it
you know.
should be with martial weapons, so it should be okay.
I don't know if your subclass or your domain gives it to you, but if it didn't, you have it anyway.
Yeah. I think it's simple weapons. Yeah, I should have that now.
Yeah.
Sweet. I walk up and I pet the dog.
Roll me
confidence.
roll me an animal handling check.
Uh-oh. $20.
Perfect. You pet the dog, and the dog is wagging its tail. It's super happy to see you, and it just runs around you through your legs. It goes woo 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 woo, and then it runs over to the rest of the party, and it's doing putting its paws out front, and it's getting really excited because it wants to kind of play with you guys.
Indeed, you
Smudge
are the
tries to
goodest of
fly out of its
puppers.
reach.
Don't worry, Smudge. He is the goodest of boys. Look at him.
One of his paws can squish me.
That is a good point. Doggy, no squishy. And I point at Smudge. No squishy. And I try to, like, walk up to him and see if he has a collar with maybe, like, a name on it or something.
Sure. You look at it, and it doesn't seem like he has a collar.
I don't think this dog is, well, owned by anybody who lives here. And I don't suppose any of us can communicate with animals, so I suppose we could carry on. Caladan, have you ever seen this dog here? Or anywhere around the Silver Glade, for that matter?
Anybody that could read that in English, the dog spoke that word, didn't bark it.
Oh boy.
To anyone who doesn't read that in English, it sounded like a bark.
I heard a bark.
Me too.
What?
Wait, hold on. Wait,
Wait, let me
real quick, out of character.
drag my token out so I can see.
Oh, right. Hang on a minute. Can you guys not see this?
Is it? Oh, should I say what language I think it is? Is that okay?
I mean, you can't. Hang on a sec. Okay.
Not as my character, but like player to DM.
I got you, Smudge out.
Yeah,
you're...
that doesn't work. Okay.
Hang on a sec. Oh, it's because you have 2 characters out. That's why. But according to your character sheet, you wouldn't understand this much, which is really strange.
Is it Sylvan?
What about me though?
Yeah, you did pick it up. You did pick it up.
I don't see a word. I just see bark.
Didn't you? Like it says bark, right?
Yeah, under it.
Yeah, but you can read it. That's what I'm saying. Other people cannot
I can read it in
it.
English.
Yeah, you're the only person that can read it. That's the point.
I see. Okay, gotcha. So he said bark, and what he meant by that is bark. Okay,
Yes.
that's why I was just trying to... Okay, I get you.
It's as confusing and whimsical as you read it.
Why, indeed. Bark right back at you.
But you said this in common, right?
In Sylvan.
You said it in Sylvan?
Yeah.
You see the dog sort of sit back and look at you a little confused. And you see him look around, and he runs over to a spot, a random spot. And he starts digging.
I suppose we can go and investigate that, though. Dogs digging, I suppose that's normal.
The dog
And
barks one more time.
Can I try to ask? Can I
And
try
you
to ask the dog in Sylvan?
Yeah, go ahead. But the dog is going to say something.
Oh, go ahead.
It's going to go, oh!
Oh! Buried over there? Oh, wait, how does Sylvan sound?
So it sounds like he's barking, but it's almost like on the underlying of his bark, you're making the meaning out. Does that make sense?
Oh, I see. So I do the same thing. I hit him with a bark, and that means right there where you're digging.
Sure. So, yeah. And you just hear a... So, for the rest of the party, you guys first had Corwin talking to a sword.
A sword?
and then his demeanor changed, and now he's barking at a dog. So...
Kind of like leans over to Maisie and just, I think he's going insane.
After
bone dust, I keep sniffing.
Stop sniffing the bone dust then. After about 30 seconds, the dog finds something picks it up in his mouth, runs over to you guys, and drops a key. It's an old-fashioned
Indeed.
key.
That's what he was pointing us to, friends. I believe I speak whatever language he's... Given that I'm a scholar, I would know that Sylvan, I believe, is the language that Fey creatures speak, correct?
Correct.
I do believe this dog is trying to communicate to us with some sort of Fey language, or at least his interpretation of it. He wanted us
It's
to
not
have
one
this
I
key.
know.
Oh, you're right. I would expect you to understand as you're also a Fey creature, but maybe he has a different dialect, being that he's from a different place. You know, he's a bit of a country boy while you're a city gal. And I kind of look to the dog and go, bark, 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 bark. This key, is it for this building? Oh, wait a minute. I think I know what you want me to do.
Are we on a map, or are we just
Oh.
seeing the picture of the house?
Just the picture of the house. We're not on the map
Okay.
yet.
Here, DM, does that kind of work?
Yeah, so he's doing 1 bark, 2 bark. That's what you're understanding here. Does that make sense to you?
Florida?
So 1 bark, yes, 2 bark, no.
Oh, okay.
1 bark, 2 bark.
Mm-hmm. And what does he say when I ask him that?
He gives you 1 bark. Bark?
Oh. I believe this key is to be used on that building right there. Shall we explore? Kaladin, I assume you've seen the bone mill. I assume this is something similar. Shall we? And I march on over to the building.
Perfect.
Does the dog follow me?
Yes, the dog follows you all the way to the door. And it's extremely excited. It's like chasing its tail in excitement. The question is, does everyone else also follow?
I want to try to look into one of the windows and see, like, if I can see what's going on in there.
Sure. Go ahead and roll me a perception check as you fly over one of the windows.
I bark to the dog. Ooh, 24. Okay.
You look into the window, and you see an array of cogs moving around that are attached in some mechanism to the water wheel. But you see the dust particles of the god rays through the windows sort of floating around the inside. There is no movement. At least none that you can spot from the window.
Are the cogs moving at all?
They are moving. One thing you do notice with a 24, there is a piece of parchment on the ground.
Like in front of the door, or is it further in?
It's further. It's like maybe it's like 10 feet from the door.
Can I use my mage hand through a window?
I don't know if Ty would allow that, but I'm going to allow it.
I want to try to slide it under the door to make it like so I can get it out and read it.
Sure. So you slide the piece of paper out from the door, and this is what it's going to say. As soon as I...
And like she'll resummon the mage hand on the other side of the door so that she can bring it up to
I think that came up for you guys, right?
him
Yep.
for me. Does Thorn would have that yellow one, that red underline?
No, it's not supposed to have that. Just ignore that. I'm sorry. Limit capabilities. I apologize. I'm sorry.
That's alright. I thought it'd be funny if, like, the name just kind of naturally got a red underline under it.
It doesn't have that, but the thing at the bottom was scratched out. That's intentional, so I will say that.
Yeah. Okay. I don't know if going in there's a good idea. It's haunted.
Haunted? Like by ghosts?
I think so, but apparently it was locked so that way it wouldn't be used again and have things move, but I guess that's not the case anymore. That's...
I suppose we could ask the dog to see if he'd know anything about this. First of all, dog, and I say in Sylvan, do you have a name? That's a yes. So now I'm going to go through the list of dog names from A to Z until he barks yes at whatever name is his name, I'm guessing.
god.
Aaron with two
While
A's.
he's doing that, Smudge just kind of like leans over to the two halflings in the party, just... So, what are the odds of this dog as a ghost?
%.
But I pet the dog and my hand didn't go through his ethereal body.
Yeah, apparently I don't know.
Mazzy does not think this dog is a ghost. Based on
Dogs
our
can't be
context.
ghosts. Dogs go straight to heaven, everybody knows that.
What's heaven?
It's where dogs go because they're so adorable and fluffy.
Maybe it could be someone who is taking the shape of a dog. It's not actually a dog.
I look at him. At this point I probably reached like the M's and I go, Max? If that is your name, you wouldn't happen to be a ghost now, would you?
He goes, bark, bark.
He says he's not a ghost. But that's exactly
He could be
what a
lying.
ghost would say. Indeed, insight check. And I insight check the dog.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry, I'm having way too much fun with the sword now. Oh! 23.
Okay. You insight check this dog, and you feel like he is telling the truth.
I feel as though he's telling me the truth, friends. He is not a ghost. I shall prove it to you with a scientific experiment. Behold! And I put my hand on his head and I pet him. And it's like
Yep.
my hand's not going through him like it would with a ghost. Who's a non-ethereal looking boy? You are. Yes, you are. And
What
I,
if he's
scrunch his cheeks.
possessed?
That's a great question, and I kind of back off one more time. Max? You wouldn't happen to be possessed now, would you? In Sylvan?
Bark, bark.
He says he's not possessed. I will also insight check.
Sure.
Just tell me if this gets too annoying.
No, you're fine.
24!
Just feel like he's on the level. After this second question, the dog no longer barks. Everybody notices as this dog murmurs something in a different language that it's seemingly only Corman is going to understand here.
Why do one of those symbols look like a butt?
Dogs, he wants to sniff my butt to trust me. And I will sniff his to trust him. No, I'm kidding, sorry.
So while all this is going on, Mazzy just goes over and tries to push the door open.
It's...
The door is
I
still,
believe that's locked.
this door is
Would you
still
like to
locked.
use the key? And I produce the key that I picked up from the doggy.
Sure.
We need this to go in. But there might be spooky, spooky ghosts in there, Mazzy. I'd be careful if I were you. Because I don't have a cool sword. And I, like, pat my cool sword, Excalibur, which is definitely the real Excalibur.
Of course.
Mazzy rolls her eyes and unlocks the door and boots the door open.
So as you put this key in and turn it, you hear you obviously have opened doors with keys before, and you know what it sounds like. It sounds like right? Or if you have to spin it a couple times if it's a bolt, right?
Mm-hmm.
But when you put this key in and tried to turn it, you heard a moan like, and then as you turned the key, you heard the wood start to creak. And you heard click, 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 click. And you see the dust around this door, like the rim of the door, puff. And the door, and I guess you said you kicked it, right? So you kick it at this point?
Mm-hmm.
And you kick it, boof. And the door flies open and slams against the hinges in the wall, poof, and just... And you just see 4 cockroaches scurry out into the field.
Mazzy waves in ceremonial style and gestures Corwin. Sir and his fancy sword should definitely go first.
But as Corwin will probably go first, we're going to end the session here because it's 12 past. If that's okay with everyone. We went a little farther because we did start a little later. If everyone's okay. We're going to do this again next week. But we are going to do some stars and wishes real quick. Dan, can I get a star and a wish?
Star, definitely when it comes to random items or happenings that help me kind of role play my character in different ways. I absolutely love that, and I am going to milk this sword for everything that it has role play wise. Star?
There's been so many innuendos with a sword.
Yeah, dude. You know what? Just because I'm super confident, my wish would be that I find another one so that I could dual wield 2 of them and become double the confidence.
I am also
They start
Excalibur.
fighting over you.
2 Excaliburs! They say 2 Excaliburs is better than 1, and they combine into a great sword.
Excalibur.
Awesome.
2 Excalibur.
2 Excalibur.
2 Excalibur, the second coming.
You find the other sword, and then they spend all their time bickering with each other inside your head.
I am
I'm
Excalibur.
just holding them and I'm like digging them against each other above my head while they're fighting.
This is like...
Now, swords, don't fight.
I am Excalibur, the sword of the king. Well, I'm the Vopo sword that slew the Jabberwocky. And just like, they're both like epic.
My hilt's bigger than your hilt.
Right. Oh,
I can slash anything better than you. No, you can't. Yes, I can. I love this.
This is gonna get out of hand very quickly. Jeff,
It's already gotten out of hand.
Thank you, Dan. Jeff, can I get a star and a wish?
Star would be this world. It's just so unique, different. Wish to learn more about it and try to figure it out.
All right, Jen, can I get a star and a wish?
Star, yeah, I am kind of just having fun with this talking sword thing. Wish. I'll have to get back to you on that one. I don't.
Sure. All right, we're gonna go on to Lexi. Can I get a star and a wish?
My star is definitely gonna go to those sword shenanigans, but also the fact that those guys just left out the fucking window. They didn't even walk around to go to the door. They just opened the window and pieced out. So the star goes to the silly shenanigans. It's great.
Shenanigans.
And I wish I hope for more silly shenanigans.
More silly shenanigans. It's gonna be Combat Central next session, guys. Get ready.
Let's go!
Ooh.
Yep. I hope you guys brought your combat swords and you're ready. Because it's going to be
Always.
some combat next session for sure. All right. Well, thank you very much, everybody. This has been Dreyfa Tales Session 3. Everybody, I hope you guys give a warm welcome to Jen. She'll be joining us hopefully from now on, Jen. Are you going to be here next week, hopefully?
Yeah, if something happens, I'm not going to make it, you'll know beforehand. But I don't
Perfect.
have any time really scheduled out for a while, so.
Oh, I probably
Awesome.
won't be able to be here next week because of Easter.
Oh, right. It's Easter next weekend. Does anyone else have a problem with Easter? Jen, Jeff?
Nope.
No.
No, we don't celebrate by coloring eggs. Okay, just me.
Yeah. Not Christians.
Well, I am gonna visit
In
my
the-
grandparents that day.
Easter's not
Egg-
really
Eggs in this economy?
Oh,
I don't
shit.
think so, bub.
And this, oof. Anyway, before it gets political. All right.
colored
Well,
potatoes.
if
Yeah.
if that's a good point, we'll see if Mitchell gets back to me because I don't know what happened. I'm sure it was family stuff, and I think Blitz is going to be out, right, till the 30th. So that's going to put us after. It's going to be the 4th of April for him. If Mitchell doesn't get back to me, we might postpone just so Lexi can cut back in because it's going to be some combat. We're going to need everyone, at least 4 people. If that's okay with
No
everyone.
I'm fine with you DMPCing for combat stuff. I can just tell you what a basic strategy would be.
Okay. Well, I will. Okay. Let me see.
And also, it depends on what time we get home. But usually, when we visit grandparents because they live a while out, it's like I get home at like midnight and the game starts at 10. So
Right. Okay. Well, let's. Okay. Let's set to play. Okay. Next Sunday, and we'll see along the week if something comes up, something else, I'll post it. Otherwise, we are gonna go ahead. There is gonna be some comment next week. So it's gonna be a little wild. Other than that, we are going to be playing next week. Thank you to everyone in chat. Say it. Goodbye to everyone in chat, guys. We are going to be a good little band of orcs and go raiding as soon as I pull up the raid chat. But this has been so good, and I'm glad you guys are liking the world a little bit. We are going to raid. Who shall we raid today? Someone playing A Link to the Past. That'd be really cool. Anyone playing D&D at midnight? Let's
Indeed, we must raid them and take their loot for ourselves.
This Captain Robert is DMing Tyranny of Dragons. Let's go ahead
nice.
and raid them. Here we go. Start this raid. Boom. So we'll be raiding in about 10 seconds. Thank you, everybody in
To
chat.
victory, men.
Thank you, Prepper Jack, for
Alright.
all of the cards. I have handed them out, at least to the max that they are getting, and we will be seeing everyone else next time on Dreyfa Tales.